Welcome to today's demonstration of the third of the 5 new squads added to Into the Breach Advanced Edition back when the major content patch landed earlier in July. We'll be looking at the Mist Eaters. So what do we have today? We've got the Thruster Mech, which has self-damage and this kind of reverse propulsion. We'll see how much of this is controllable, whether the distance traveled is something that perhaps starts at a maximum of 2 and can be upgraded, or if it works differently, whether there's some push damage as it goes back. A lot of things with these mechanics that we'll have to pick up along the way. Smog Mech. Looks like this is going to be what's responsible for dropping smoke everywhere so we can use it to heal up. A bit of a different spin on the fire and smoke mechanics from the Flame Squad, the Flame Behemoth Squad, that's in the original set of 8. Control Mech, this one we're looking forward to. Science class weapon where you just get to move a unit into position. Could be very helpful for damage prevention. And we'll see how we might go about using that. Whether we can use that to dunk units into the abyss or anything else that might be a very fancy play. As far as achievements go, heal 12 damage over the course of a single island. We just need to consume lots and lots of smoke. Move enemies with control shot 120 spaces. We'll be doing 4 islands if we can, so I don't imagine that will be too much of a problem, as long as we're using the control mech every turn. Do 4 damage for the reverse thrusters, so I guess eventually we will be upgrading the thrusters accordingly. Now the first consideration here is the time traveler that we took with us from the previous session that we had with the Arachnophiles. I think we are going to keep Kai Miller here, but the issue is that boosted if full health is not really going to synergize with the thruster mech's self-damage, since I think we'll pretty much never be ending a turn at full health if I'm using this unit efficiently. Even though the additional movement point kind of negates the -1 move. I think it's probably going to be best to put this time traveler on the Smog Mech. So Thruster Mech has a bit of a lower HP pool now for the self-damage, but we're going to take care of that accordingly. And the Smog Mech will be able to do 2 damage. Now, I need to do a quick audio fix here, since it seems like my sound has blinked off already, and we'll just repair that quickly before we get into the game proper. Just one moment. In our other streams, Into the Breach has generally been pretty cooperative as far as technical problems go, so hopefully the sound will actually stick. Without further ado, let's get going. Normal difficulty, and we're going to, yeah, everything is checked, because we do want everything advanced if we can, since we're still seeing some new units, new missions as we go. Let's get back into the breach. Lean into the repetition, friend. You'll find it's Vec all the way down. Now, smoke mechanics are obviously going to synergize best with the desert island. So the question is, do we do that first or save it for later? I think if we do it first, we can accumulate as many early game advantages as we can and get a sense of how the smoke mechanics are going to work in my favor, so I think we will take it. And as far as the threat scanner goes, I think we've seen all of the new enemy sets that are present so far as I can tell. Oh, this leader here seems to be possibly a new boss. But we'll worry about that when we get to it. Okay, might as well push right into the middle of the map. Defend a train, a good one to start with, especially with some of the push mechanics that we'll be doing. Let me just check our configuration quickly to see what we're doing with the range. Looks like reverse thrusters does indeed start with 2 range and improve with time. And I guess the boost property, if we had it, would have just added 1 damage to that. So I wonder if it always goes to 2 range, unless you get blocked and potentially take some self-damage from the push away. I don't know, we'll have to find out. Smog Mech. Looks like the upgrade here is to just smoke everything even further, hence the 12 heals in a level thing that we'll see eventually. Also, there is a significant boost in damage if you want to dump that many points into it. Control Shot. Currently, I wonder if you're limited by the movement range. Okay, no. It looks like it's just going to be 2 moves, 3 moves. Yeah, so it's not based on the movement range of the unit itself, it is just going to start with 2 tiles. But we'll go into the game and see if we can confirm that. Let's play. Okay, we have nothing that's going to pin me down. But we should get into the habit of starting the thruster mech with a few spaces available. So eventually, if we get pinned, we are able to have an immediate reversal into open space. Smog Mech is artillery. We can always put artillery in the back, especially with some of the additional movement that I have. Control Mech, you almost certainly want that up front. Alright, let's see how this is going to work. Now, the thing about the control mech is that I can use it to reposition a unit as a blocking piece if it's limited to a reposition by 1 tile. The other thing is that if it's going to attack forward, it can do friendly fire. Now, the attack priority is this is going to be 3, this is going to be 2, so this guy's going to attack first. The thing we have to be aware of with the push here is that I will still be within attack range of this unit if I'm pushing away. What we would potentially want to do then, since this is a flying unit, is reverse out of that. We will want to do something about this guy. He is going to have the first move, so I definitely need it to block him somehow. The other thing we can do is fire into this location, smoke this guy to prevent him from doing the attack. And that will allow me to get a finishing blow, perhaps. I think that's probably the best way to do it. The main thing to be aware of here is simply that we'll... yeah, just head over here. Main thing to be aware of is simply that I want the jet to go the other way. Actually, no, because something is going to be hit by this guy no matter what, I think. Unless he himself is smoked. That's okay, if we have to take a hit, we'll take a hit. We always have smoke for healing afterwards. Oh, push this guy. This attack is cancelled. We're going to do a push back. Yes, okay, so you have to pull away from the direction of your attack. And yes, I see how the targeting works now. And then it tells you how much damage you deal based on how your movement is being stretched. On to back burner, that's an achievement already. Now, control mech, let's see how this goes. Other thing we can do is we can get him to do friendly fire, but no, I think we do want to use him to block if we can, so we'll go here. And it shows you the movement range. Also, you can always dump these guys inside smoke if you want to just cancel an attack, but in this case, I'm fine with blocking. If we take 1 damage, that's going to get rid of my boost, and it's going to tug this guy into position over here, but the smoke is going to heal him up, I think. So we'll see what the priority sequence is, because if this unit gets pulled back, I think even if it takes 1 damage, it's actually going to heal 1 afterwards. We'll see if that's actually the case. And indeed, that's exactly what happens. Since damage is dealt at the point of contact. Now, Leaper grabbing a control mech is the thing I'm least worried about. One important thing to do here is to make sure I don't get hit by self-damage. Or rather, if I do get hit by self-damage, I have to make sure I heal this unit up, because otherwise we are going to get into some issues. So, we can one-shot the gastropod if I want. We can, let's see here. This weapon here, let me just check one thing. Yeah, so you do smoke the enemy that you're attacking into, so you can cancel the attack if necessary. The problem, once again, is that I need some kind of self-heal on him, and we don't have that yet. This can just be maneuvered into this spot. It will be killed pretty much immediately. And indeed, if I move it into this spot, perhaps... no, I think we will just want to kill this, smoke this, and we will not be able to block, so we'll have to figure out some way to do that instead. Either that or Control Mech can move this guy 2 slots down, and he's going to block. And then we don't really have any kind of push mechanism anywhere, I don't think, so I go over here and kill this guy and kill this guy. Like if we kill these 2, use this as a blocker, that's probably more advantageous. Except... no, that's fine. I can pull this away. It's going to take 1 damage. And that's going to release. We can then... yes, you can make this flying unit move through myself, obviously, and I think that is what we're going to do. We'll move him down 2 places. And then this guy is also going to block, and he's going to hit this. Okay. Pretty simple so far. We'll need to eventually deal with healing the thruster mech, though. Train's going into the smoke. Not too concerned about some of this. What we will do is probably use the control mech to... well, I mean, the only thing we're really worried about is this guy in terms of damage. But since he's got 2 hit points, Smog Mech can probably take care of it. You can also deal friendly fire with it, but we're not going to because that would kill my unit. So let's see what we can do as a sequence here just to maximize experience gain. Now the Smog Mech is already fully leveled up, so we don't need to worry about that in terms of XP. But if we, let's see, move this guy down. I think I need to throw smoke to heal this up once I've moved the Leaper away. Like, you move this guy away, then he can go over here and do 2 damage once he enters the smoke. And this guy can hopefully enter some smoke as well. I'm trying to see how to set that up. I don't think we can kill both, actually, now that I look at it. Because this won't have an opportunity to heal up. At least not with where I can move it. Anyway, let's not get too fancy about it then. Oh, also, does this fly? Yes, it does. Both of these are flying, which is excellent. We should keep that in mind. Means we can move this guy out. I would like to move him beside smoke, but I don't think we'll get a chance to do so. However, we can move him this way. It'll smoke this location. We hit this guy with artillery, and then I can heal up over here. Okay, no, I think we have it. We're actually going to move him down here. Then what's going to happen is we shoot in this direction, because that will smoke either side. Oh no, there was a reason I didn't want to do that, which was that it doesn't do enough damage if I'm firing in that location, so I can't actually do that. However, I can smoke this immediately to heal up my other units. And then this will be able to do 2 damage to this one. If I understand this correctly, I'm going to heal up. And then I can come here, and I don't have enough room to move. Okay, never mind then. Alright, that's fine. We're still learning this. We can probably just do a quick reset then. Yeah, we'll just reset this. We are still understanding some of the synergies here. Also, my sound is already dead. This looks like it's going to be a problem day for the stream on a technical perspective, so let's fix it up quickly. It's going to be one of those days. Alright, so I think what we will do then is if we're going to smoke one of these locations, then we still need to prioritize moving this guy out, that's the main thing. But we can change where we're firing. Because if I'm moving him to this location perhaps, and then we fire in this direction, we smoke. I think I still have trouble killing both, no matter what it is I do, simply because positionally things are not working out. What we can do is move this guy over here. And I want to do some kind of pre-move. Yeah, no, the issue simply is that I can't drop enough smoke in the places I want to go. And I'm not going to be able to move him out here. What I can do is move him over to this part here in front of the train. Notice that he's still facing the same direction. Nope, that's not going to work either. I think we'll just have to neutralize the attack and accept that I'm not going to be able to actually kill him. Simply because the smoke is just in all the wrong places. However, how many movement points does this guy have? 5, right? But say I fire into this. I'm hoping to use the push attack somehow to create some space. So I move this guy here. Oh, well. I think it is going to have to be here, unfortunately. And we will just simply not get the kill. So let's dump this here. Get it repaired. And this will simply not be able to attack. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. I feel like there was a better solution, but that's okay. We'll just win the map. And we'll worry about optimizations later. And let's just end a turn then. You know, dumping it into the correct location might have been an option. But I didn't think about that very carefully, so... That's okay, that's just a learning run. No catastrophic mistakes so far. Defend the bombs, defend the farms. I mean, these are both 3 objectives. We'll likely be doing this, this, and this as my selection, so... High threat, let's do it. Okay, this guy's going to cling on to me right away. He has 4 movement points. I can deal with him clinging onto either of my flying units, but not to my siege unit, so we'll have to keep that out of the way. So let's place this guy here. Let's place the... let's see, he's got 4 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to keep this out of the way. Smog mech over here. And we're going to have a lot to deal with. This also has the explosion kill, which we'll need to be aware of, because I don't think we'll necessarily be within range to dunk this guy into the abyss. But careful usage of the smoke may do wonders, so let's just do this. Garbage day, and here are the Vec right on time. Okay, this is really not too bad. We can do a couple of things here. These are the 2 targets that have to be dealt with. We have to be careful not to kill anything with the Scion explosion. So the Scion, if we can have him take priority, would be great. Also, 5 damage. This can do friendly fire. This is going to hit first. This will attack into this location. And then we just need to deal with this guy, possibly using smoke once we have cleared the area. So I believe Control Mech is going to move this back here. This will hit. In order to prevent the explosion here, which would blow up the bomb, we're going to blast the Blast Scion. And then we smoke this guy. I'm pretty sure that's how it should work. We won't be able to block any of the spawns this turn, but we'll be able to get most other things under control. So let's just do this first of all. Move this guy over here. And then we launch some smoke. Now, here's the thing. Oh, okay, so this is really important. That, because it's a flying unit, my attack can actually take me through allied units like that. And it won't do any friendly damage. I'll just sail right over. And it's going to smoke that by 2 points. Great. Attack is cancelled. We're in great shape. Except, of course, for the spawns that we have coming. So far, we're keeping these under control. Quite liking that control mech already because of the attack priority on the Alpha Leaper, which is allowing me to basically use that to my advantage. Now, this guy is going to try to attack into the bomb. We'll have to deal with him. I think we can probably just move this over here. They can do friendly fire once again. After that, we remove the gastropod. But no, we can do up to 2 damage using this guy. So, we will need to deal with 3 targets somehow. So the target assignment is going to matter quite a bit. So this guy can just hit this directly. In fact, we have 4 attackers, except... no, friendly fire will deal with this one, so... So control mech is going to move this into position. This is going to die to an attack. This is going to get smoked by an attack, and I think that's the way it has to happen. Unfortunately, yeah, no, I can only get to this position here to move this piece. Or we can attack into this guy. Nope, because this attack will still be a problem. So, okay. Let's stick to the plan then. And do things the way I want to do them. Yeah, once again, attack priority is correct here. Let's then move this guy. 1 space is fine, I think, for positional purposes. Mostly, I'm just interested in smoking him. Problem is, I'm quite low on health on that guy at this point. We will need to get rid of the leaper. And we will. Luckily, we do have quite a bit of smoke to work with at this point. The more there is on the map, the better when it comes to positioning. Once again, the Alpha Leaper is turning out to be quite advantageous, except now positionally it's not really going to be able to hit anything with friendly fire this time, so... Now, once again, we're only really worried about building damage. The attacks on me are not really an issue. Alpha Leaper, once again, can be moved back 2 spots to do friendly fire. And I think that is what we're going to do. And then in terms of siege, we will possibly heal this by 2 points. Well, we need to move it first before anything else happens. Because if I go over here, I can only move back by 1. That's okay. We'll move it back. This will die. This will still be alive, and we will not get experience from it just yet, but maybe that'll come. I'm thinking that if I come over here, attack into this position... I don't wonder. Yeah, no, you can't just do push damage into the attack that you're backing into. However, I can heal up a 2nd point. And... can I, though? Yeah, unfortunately, positionally I don't have enough room to run around against this one. But what I can do is launch an attack on this guy. He'll get a 2nd point of damage. Or heal up, and then kill him outright, at the expense of letting go of this single spawn over here. That might be better, actually. I come here, attacking him, 2 damage. It'll maintain the boost, which is an important part of this calculation. Because it means that I can come over to this position, repair once, and attack into him and repair a 2nd time if I'm correct, yes. Which is great because it means I'll have an attack available. We'll have 2 remaining spawns, we'll have far too much on the map in the last turn. Except this one's going to die, so we should be fine. That's the nice thing about having a control mech in the high difficulty maps with the alphas that are available right away. The alphas, as it turns out, work to my advantage quite a bit. Except, of course, it would be nicer if we could farm them for experience. This we don't care about. This guy... Yeah, 2 attacks here will do the trick. This guy we don't care about either, and we can just kill him. Once again, we can also do 2 attacks on this, except we would have to move. Let's see. We can always move this by 2 spaces with the control mech, because then we would just hit this for friendly fire. Won't kill anything though. This can be nuked outright. I don't know if we care to do so. But we can always dunk this guy in the fire. And he can hit. And yeah, because fire damage is going to come first, so I mean, if we dunk him into the fire, then no problem. And then we can get the kill. But do we want to do it that way? That's the question. I'm trying to see if how we can maximize the XP gain on this. We can use this to kill the gastropod, of course. But then that would be committing to killing this unit instead. Now, if we kill the alpha, can we get an additional kill on top of that? I believe we can. We can probably pop this here. Want additional damage to it. No, we actually do want to do friendly fire against this one. So perhaps we won't kill the alpha after all. We'll just use it to nuke some other things instead. For example, you do a control shot over here. That's going to get the kill and prevent damage that way. This, you can just do 2 damage against it directly. This guy... yeah, because we can just kill him outright. So we can kill the alpha, but it would be at the expense of this unit here, unless we have a better position to work with, which we don't. Unfortunately, I think that's probably all we can afford to do. Except we can set this on fire, and if we set this on fire, it will die to the next turn. So yes, we will actually get 3 kills, it's just that the alpha will remain alive. And I believe this will burn, this will die, we're in good shape. Okay, all that gets taken out. The main thing is that we didn't get experience off the alpha, but it took care of so many problems for me that it doesn't matter too much, I don't think. Alright. We can do either one of these. We'll probably prioritize this first. Defend the Earth Mover and knock mites off the mechs. The mites are based on either repair or self-damage. Self-damage is easy enough with this squad, so we should be okay. Everything's flying. Leaper is probably going to try to leap over. How many movement points does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4, so it'll either try to grab this building or try to grab whatever's here, which tells me that we want to make sure that the unit up front, 2, 3, 4, is going to be the control unit. So in terms of positioning, yeah, Smog Mech should probably go here. And in case we get webbed, yeah, Control Mech can go here just fine. If the Leaper attacks it, we will see if we can dunk it into the abyss. And it's also, I think, only got 1 hit point, so it's easy to deal with. Anyway, both of these are just going to attack into my position, which is great because we don't care. fact, we can probably get into position to smog one or both of them. Yeah, 2 damage and setting one on fire, it's going to be fine. Because whichever one we fire at with this one will die to fire. Then it's just a question of the attack priority here. Okay. First thing we should try is to see if it is in fact possible to dunk this guy here. But we don't need to do that. We can actually do better by putting him into this position to block the spawn. So let's try that. Yeah, you can't actually dunk these guys down low. However, you can move them across a chasm, which is interesting. So we'll put him here instead. Anyway, so you can do 2 damage to one of them. 1 damage to the other. I probably want to... Well, let's see. If you smoke this one, he dies immediately. You smoke this one... Well, yeah, either way one of them is going to die, so it's just a matter of which one we want to keep alive. Now, they have a 3 range attack right now, so I don't actually want to do 2 tiles of pushing against them. We can, however... Yeah, I gotta get out of this position so we can get some better smoke going on. I think it's probably better if I move this here. Because then the idea is that when the other moth attacks, it's going to back into the flames. Now, if we're going to do it this way, I can actually move over here and self-damage or 1 to get the mites off. I can also just repair, because that thing's going to die anyway. But I think I'd rather farm the bit of experience that we're going to get and direct it to this unit, so we'll do it like this. This is going to attack, it's going to back into... Oh, actually no, because the smoke gets rid of the flame, so this is not going to take flame damage. So we should have left it. That's okay, not big enough a deal to merit a reset. One spawn will be blocked. Earth Mover is going to start to fill in some gaps here, which is fine by me, given that we use the control mech to do some positioning trickery. Now we will need to remember to take damage on this at some point, and that's okay. We can take damage by blocking a spawn while moving this guy over by 1 spot. Or even 2 spots, because then this can come over here. So let's say we fire this, it will die to fire. Then we come over here, we move this guy to this location. And then we can just move this one over here and repair. And this will attack into nowhere, so everything is blocked. And everything is fine. And then we'll have a pretty easy recovery turn after this, where we can just repair up while continuing to block positions. And perhaps even laying some extra smoke if we can. Anyway, boost is going to be lost in this anyway, so we may as well do some friendly fire here and there. So for example, if I fire into this position, we'll create some smoke and that'll give me an attack point. Just try to see what's going to work best when it comes to creating more smoke on the field. I think what we'll do is we will just probably get into this position here and repair. We'll smoke this location. We'll repair this location. So something's going to burn up right away, while this guy just heals up in this position and hopefully doesn't get boxed in, which we won't because of the flying unit anyway, so we'll get a triple block here and we are good. Yeah, and everything's fine. Now we need to be aware of the explosion if the Scion remains alive, which it should not. We have 2 points of this, so this can do 2 damage by moving back against this guy. This is trying to attack into this position, so we don't care about it. Nothing is attacking buildings, in fact, so we are fine. We can kill either one of these with fire. And, no, except it's only going to do 1 damage, given that I no longer have that extra bit of smoke. Oh, we can consume 1 thing of smoke. And, oh, let's see. This is already on fire. Can't we? We can probably move this guy to do friendly fire on this guy. But I would need to dunk the control mech into fire to do that, and I don't want to do that, so we can't really do that until this guy is already out of position. Oh, that's fine, because we have enough room to move against a Scion. So we can always just do that. That's going to be dead. This can move into this position, and they can kill each other. 1 damage, 1 damage. Yeah, no pushing or anything to deal with. Oh, except this guy is going to fire and then move back 1 tile, isn't he? Yeah, he's going to move over here, so we actually don't want to do that because then this will ram into the Earth Mover. If the gastropod is going to attack this way, we actually need to reposition this over here. No, because this will still back in. Okay, so we misjudged that. But that's okay, because we can still create some shenanigans, perhaps. Just by negating the attacks, yeah. And I don't think anything here is going to die necessarily, but we do 1 damage here. I don't really have anything to do with the control mech if this is the case. Well, in that case, let's just consume this. Yeah, I should have healed up last turn if I calculated this properly. This will do nothing. We're not really getting anything done this turn, so we'll just finish it. This will take 1 damage. Perhaps if we... No matter what, the fact that this guy moves before this guy, and the fact that the mountain is here, that's the main problem that we're dealing with, really. And then I can't get this into position to move him. If we could move the gastropod over here, in fact, that would be nice, except I don't want to get into this position while this guy's still alive. So, no, unfortunately, I think we do have to accept that this turn will not get anything else done. So, not quite optimal in terms of farming experience, but we're still doing pretty well. Anyway, to the Fox Plateau. Once again, we have an alpha on this one. And that's fine, because we can use it to do as much friendly damage as possible. Okay, priority is going to be getting rid of the Blast Scion if we can. We will have this in a fairly open position. We will put the Smog Mech in the back, as before, just to give it as much range as we can. And we'll have the Control Mech once again up front. And we have a pod. Alright, Gastropod is going to hit the building if we don't do something about it. Now, we can always neutralize this with smoke. This firing into here would kill... And, yeah, we probably would just want to get rid of the Blast Scion as fast as possible. And possibly just dunk this guy into smoke in some form. Let's see, 2 damage here. This is also able to hit this. But it seems more important right now to smoke this. In fact, yeah, we can actually cancel this guy's attack by moving him down 1 space. Perhaps. So I think we have the idea here. You smoke this, neutralize this, or smoke this and neutralize this, which might be better, because then you at least get some damage output against the alpha before things get out of control. Or just... yeah, no, we do need to do that, I think. Move this back. There'll be 2 damage on this, 2 damage on Blast Scion. Get rid of it. In this direction or in this direction? We will find out. I think it's probably better to spread out a bit, so we have a bit more room to work with. And then... yeah, this is not going to attack. This is going to die before it can attack. This will need to be moved to either be neutralized or to block. I think between the 2 options, I would actually kind of like to block. Now, if you move on top of smoke while you're fully healed already, okay, that's not going to be effective. I think I'm okay with taking that 1 damage, in fact, because we can just get into position here. So either I take 1 damage and block, or I take no damage and I neutralize. I think we're going to... oh, and it's a ground enemy, so it can't just fly over me, of course. We'll move him over here. You know, I could have just stood beside him. No, he would have hit the building, so we can't do that. And actually, he's going to pull me into the smoke, so I'll self-heal. So actually, this is the right move. We will end turn. Less than 3 grid damage is an objective. We need to not forget that, so I don't accidentally compromise it myself. Which is what I did in one of my previous runs in this version. Time Pod is still here. This guy's going to move back into the Time Pod if I'm not careful, so I do need to move him down. He can do friendly damage this turn, I think. He's going to move first. So we can secure the pod. We can move him to block, or we can move him to hit. We'll probably move him to block. But it depends on what I do with this guy. This guy can always move back and... yeah, if I hit this way, kill this one, This guy can always... no, I can't do 2 damage with him because positionally that's not going to work. I can get here, and I can do some damage, but moving back 2 spaces would put me into this position, unless, of course, I smoke this first, which is exactly what we're going to do. I'd like to move into a more favorable position now, so let's maybe move over here. Let's smoke this. Having the benefit of smoke, I can heal on this location. I can also do some friendly fire over here, which would be kind of redundant. No, because I can move him to block, right? No, my logic is all tangled at this point. So, yeah, we'll do some damage, but it's really just going to be a positioning tool, I think. So we move this guy over here. Well, no, it allows me to block, and that's the benefit. This allows me to basically get 2 extra movement points, even though this damage is totally immaterial. Control mech can then move this guy over 1 slot. Do friendly fire, it'll push back. We're going to get 1 block, and we are fine. Doing alright. Anyway, Leaper, as always, is going to be an annoyance, but yeah, especially if he grabs that guy, which is really the worst one he could have picked. Except, of course, I'm in an okay position. Because I have the ability to do a fair bit of damage and neutralize this attack. Now the question is, yeah, this guy I'm not worried about either. Leaper... The main problem is if we hit this guy first, then we can probably neutralize the attack with the other unit while healing up. And that's going to do some fire damage, so I should actually do this attack first. It won't get to heal, but it will kill him with fire. If I understand this correctly. Yeah, because it does 2 damage. It is going to smoke him. But if I drop fire onto him here, then we're in good shape. Oh, problem is that this is going to die. In order to not die, we would need to move him into probably just right into the fire over here. I would take damage myself on that turn, but it would prevent me from losing. And then we'll just have to take the hit from the Leaper, I think. Not ideal. Especially because I would be taking fire damage myself, except of course I can always move into smoke to heal that up after the fact. So if I move here, I set myself on fire. I move this guy over here. Except he isn't able to move like that. Why not? I don't understand why he's not able to... Hang on. Oh no, this selects him. I don't understand why he's not able to move in this location to block. Is it because he's not able to move through smoke or what's... Oh no, because this is water. Okay, okay. And he's not able to move through me. Now I'm able to move friendly units, though. And I can move the friendly unit into smoke to heal it up. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll have a bit of a problem on our hands in the following turn, but... that might be the best way to go. Yeah, just heal this guy directly. We'll have 3 spawns, we'll still have Gastropod and Leaper up, and we'll also lose the boost on this, so it's not going to be a great result, but it is going to get rid of the alpha. And get rid of it quickly, so... let's try it this way. I feel like next turn is going to be a little bit rough, but... let's see what the result is. And I'm going to self-repair, because that kicked up some dirt. And one of the leapers is going to die to fire immediately, so we're not too worried about that. A couple of these attacks will go nowhere. So, what are we looking at? This is going to die to fire. We don't need to concern ourselves with that. This is not attacking. We can, in that case, do 1 damage to this to release it. And maybe do some friendly fire by facing these against each other, even. Or, oh no, this is going to die. You've got this remaining, you can move it. Doesn't really matter. You can always move this one, because then this will kill this. In fact, it'll just die to fire first anyway, so we'll dunk this. We'll kill this. This is going to be able to do some damage. We could even kill this directly, so why don't we simplify things a bit? Get this guy over here. He'll die to fire. We will then just kill everything. And the other two just won't do anything interesting, so... yeah, that will die, so... not too concerned. And we should be good. Okay, doing just fine so far, and we have our first promotion on one of the starting pilots. These starting pilots, though, usually fill up pretty quickly to the point, experience-wise, to the point that we'll sell them off before too long. Gain +3 move on the first turn of every mission. I feel like that's... well, we'll see how we did with the one we leveled up before we do the assignment, but... and +3 grid defense, it's useless. So... let's see, then, where we're going to place this guy. He's likely to be sold off anyway, especially if we have a perfect island that gives me a pilot at the end, so... I think for the thruster mech, we will likely put the commander on this. Yeah, the movement might be decent. Movement is probably better on the control mech, but... and then, no matter what, both these pilots are likely to be sold off. Anyway, reverse thrusters has 1 additional range. I feel like the damage could be quite useful. As well as a health boost on this one. +1 move, though, is going to give me a significant amount of flexibility on the control shot. So the question is, do we want damage output mostly? I feel like the range tends to be a little constricted anyway, so let's do the move. I feel like that gives me a bit more flexibility. And we can always swap it to HP if we need that instead. Anyway, let's deal with the Hornet leader. Yeah, the thing is, damage output is a little bit low. But we'll hopefully kill this in time. Okay, nothing to pin me down at this stage. We will, once again, want to prioritize getting rid of the Blast Scion, which tells me that the siege unit needs to start over here. Thruster Mech is going to have a pretty clear pathway. Smog Mech should probably be here, just to give me the run of the place. And we'll need Control Mech somewhere flexible. Alright, it's going to go for the corporate tower immediately. Feel like blocking it off is probably the right idea. This is not going to do anything interesting. And this... yeah, once again, I just don't have much room to move. So it's probably best if I just nuke it immediately. Then probably move this piece up by one slot, so it's going to kill its ally. Except we really do need to do some damage to this guy as soon as possible. Yeah, maybe if I smoke it, move it back by one. Blast Scion needs to die, for sure. So we'll do it this way. We'll get over here. We'll smoke this right away. And this does how much damage? 1 damage. Move back here. Problem is that I might be way out of position if they attack one of the buildings on the top side. That's something that concerns me. Might be better to attack from this side instead. Back out here. Because you have all these ripe targets, and I don't want to be that far out of the way. This is going to do friendly damage no matter what, so it's just a matter of whether we want the kill on this unit as well. I think that'll be good, actually. Move to control over here. Move this over here. And we can always neutralize it with smoke if it is going up top, because we don't have too many units to deal with, at least. So let's do 2 damage this way. We'll then use this to block. Move it over here. You know what? No, that's fine. I was thinking of moving it over here, perhaps, so we could take advantage of its 2 range, but it's going to do friendly fire just fine. Oh, except it got neutralized, didn't it? So, never mind. Since the attack got neutralized anyway, we should have moved this on top to block the spawn, but not enough of a difference to spend our reset on it, I think. So we did mess it up slightly. It could end up making a big difference, given that I am taking some self-damage here. Now, the good thing here is that you've got 3 damage available. We probably can try to kill it, especially... well, we'd need to move it for sure. We need to neutralize this guy then. So neutralize this. Move this such that it... ooh, it's going to do a line damage to 3 tiles. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Entirely because of that mistake the previous turn. However, we can always use this as a blocking piece. Block off in this location. Fire at this. Smoke this. Move this guy. If I understand this correctly... We'll want to... Oh no, it doesn't go far enough. That's the problem right now, is that I need to get up here. He's not going to do that for me. However, I do have the movement trick that will allow me to put this guy over here for friendly fire. And then also perhaps smoke it accordingly. The question mainly is, how do we neutralize both of these? You can get it to attack into this piece, so I feel like it's going to be a matter of moving this over here. Making sure we've smoked this somehow. Or outright killed it. Three. Yeah. Okay, suppose we move this piece over here, follow this piece over here. This is going to do some damage. It's going to do priority damage, it's going to get rid of this. Then we just need to neutralize this. So it's not attacking into me. We can do it. Move this guy over here. And yeah. Fire in this direction. That's going to do 3 damage to it. When we attack into this guy, we will not be able to block anything, I think, but we will be able to self-heal. If I just smoke it like this. Main issue after this is that we need to deal with so many spawns on the next turn, and also that this doesn't quite outright kill. Okay, no, this is a problem actually, because this is only doing 2 damage, which is not enough to deal with this guy. So we may have to reset this turn, because I miscalculated and I thought this would kill. But we can always just neutralize both attacks by blocking this spot here. Problem being that that's not going to do any meaningful damage. I feel like we should reset this turn then. We need to do a lot better. We should have reset the previous turn, honestly. Are we going to do much better? Yes, we are. We can always do much better. Yeah, remember that we can always neutralize the attack if we're not going to do enough kill damage anyway. Yeah, and we do need to move this guy then. So for example, let's say we move this 3 spots. Then this is going to block, this is going to hit, and then it's just a matter of neutralizing this attack up here, which we can do. The other thing that I should consider is that we can always do a friendly move as well. But no, I think this is how we're going to do it. We're going to move this right here. Oh, except, yeah, at the end of its turn it's going to move out of the way. It's not actually going to block, is it? So... However, this does the second attack, so we move this into this position. It's going to move back by 1 spot. Yeah. If I've calculated this correctly. It's going to move back by 1 spot. This is going to attack into it. We can also just kill that directly, but now we're going to soften it up first. This will do 1 damage, this will do 1 damage. We should therefore be either blocking... Yeah, we need to block, actually. And possibly just heal in this location. And... In fact, I should have moved this into this location first, except no, firing here would have set this on fire, and that's not good. We don't want to do friendly damage like that, so... Let's say we do this. It's going to smoke this location and kick up some dirt. I feel like we want to move it closer, but... Yeah, the problem is that we're just way out of position right now. Let's repair. I feel like destroying it, it might be a bit of a tall order at this point, but... Yeah, this will back up first, so I think we're fine. Uncaught Cursor, welcome. Hope all the tools development has been going well lately. I saw that you did launch the level search engine a couple weeks ago. And... okay, here we are. We had one spawn come out that turn. About 2 turns to get rid of this thing, so we'd better do it quickly. We'll probably want to have these 2 pieces gang up. This, if we move it out of the way, can probably be dealt with. Even if we just move it into this location. These 2 are going to fire into the middle of nowhere. We don't care about them, so... we move this... bump him over here. Actually, that's going to neutralize the attack, which is not good, because that will prevent him from moving back a spot. But what we can do instead is move him over here and have this do friendly damage for 1 point. And you just launched a bookmark site for every level in the world, constantly updating. Yeah. Should prove useful. It'll be interesting to maybe set up some kind of stream that takes advantage of that feature somehow and shows it off. Okay, so I want to do 4 damage against this guy. I can do that this turn. We just need to do pushback like this, and then an additional shot after that. So the question is simply where we will go after this shot. Yeah, so this is going to get yanked over here with attack number 4, which means that it's going to block this position, which is great. It means we don't need to block it ourselves. We'll strike this directly. And then, if I move this over here... then attack number 1 is going to go over here. Attack number 2 is going to kill it. Attack number 3 is going to pull this into position. And yeah, it's too bad that this took damage earlier, or we would be able to block this spot as well. But I think this is going to work. You move it back here. This fires nowhere. This... oh, no. We got it wrong. It's actually going to back into this guy. Yeah, no, I thought this was firing in this direction. It's actually firing in this direction. Never mind, we made a mistake. That's okay, because this will take collision damage and it will die. And this will still get pulled in, so... I'm okay, we'll just lose that extra point next turn. And... yeah, this is 2 and then 3. Good. And if my calculations are correct, we should have a perfect finish. Excellent. The Leaper, as usual, is going to be a nuisance, but we just need to deal with 3 units on this turn. And yeah, even if I do this... interestingly enough, I can snap out of position, but it would do 1 self-damage to do so. So I can escape the webs as long as I have some health pool remaining. These 2 can probably just kill each other without much trouble. I can also move this. Let's see, what's the attack priority here? 1 and 2. One of these sounds is the same sound as when the enemy hears you in Metroid Dread. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. It is very similar, isn't it? Okay, this no longer has the boost, although I can move it here. I can dump some fire on this guy and he will die. I can just move this guy into the fire and he will die. But then you have this problem to deal with. I think I need to dunk that guy into the fire instead. So this guy goes into fire. This guy should get into a position where, let's see, 4 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I can only kill 2, but we'll see. There are always some spectacular plays that you can make. Yeah, so if I push this into fire, it'll die. I don't have a healing point for this one right here. That's the main issue right now, so I don't really have anything useful I can do with him. And this can die directly, though. And this... If I can heal this guy up somehow after moving him, then I can do some additional damage this way. But I don't see that it's going to happen. I think we're going to do it this way. We're going to move this guy over here. This guy I don't care about anyway. We'll drop some fire on him. And yeah, it's too bad I don't have enough movement points to get over here to deal with him. Because I think I will just have to heal this up. And I can't really do anything else. Okay, HP pool is going to be a huge boost to the thruster mech when I do add a bit of energy. Or promoted matter, for that matter. So I think we just end a turn and just take the win. That's alright. 2 out of 3 is acceptable. And so far we have lost nothing on the grid, which is great. We'll see if we can keep that up. Did have a bit of an easy time with the desert start, though, simply because we were kicking up the smoke everywhere. Anyway, we'll probably want to take a commander. Gain 1 extra reset every mission. You never know when that might come in handy. Guided missile. It will require 1 point of energy. We are a little bit short on push weapons, it's true. Can turn once before hitting its target. Interesting. But I think this is a little too costly energy-wise right now to be what I want. I think we will want to take the pilot. Because then we can sell off the other pilot. So yeah, temporal resets. I think we'll keep the current configuration as is. And let's see what we can sell off. Definitely the pilots. Means we'll get at least 3 energy points, plus perhaps 1 weapon. Stabilizers, that's interesting. Mechs no longer take damage when blocking emerging vac. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. We will definitely take it. It does require 1 energy, but we'll just figure out who to assign it to. That means 1 point of energy will go towards that, 1 point of energy will probably go towards HP, and 1 towards one of the existing weapons, so we will absolutely take it. Especially with all the self-damage that I have on my current setup. Only thing with that one is that if we get the Mites objective again, I'll have to figure it out by some other means, probably to repair. Anyway, let's configure. So, do we want impulsive still on this pilot? Probably. But anyway, let's make sure we have some upgrade points first. I do want HP pool on this one. We'll probably want to put 1 additional point for the range. And as far as the auxiliary weapon goes right now, I think it makes sense to put it on the science mech. We can always move it later on, but we're going for that control shot achievement probably anyway, so I imagine that we'll still mostly focus on the control shot with this mech over here. Okay, and we've got one more remaining. We'll probably improve damage on reverse thrusters. And we'll worry about this guy's health pool later on. Okay, let's continue. So, knowing what we know about the current Vex, I don't know if I've faced this robot leader before. I might have. I don't know if I was already in a base game. But yeah, the thing about facing the burrowers later on is that I won't really be able to do much repositioning since they can't get shoved around. But they can be dealt with smoke. I think we will go for ice as our second one this time around. Okay. Ice Forest with a shield generator and with egg sacs. Got a couple of different targets to deal with over here. I think we'll start with it. Why not? Might as well get more power in if we can. So we need to destroy the shield generator, destroy the egg sacs, and protect the defense slab. Lots of objectives. Yes, this is the one where if you destroy the shield generator, then all of the friendly shields go down. And we just need to time that accordingly. Let's do it. Now, what are these guys? Eggs. Yes, and they are currently shielded, but they also only have 1 hit point. But they are also armored by the Shell Scion, which we'll need to deal with. A shield generator. We can always move an enemy unit to the shield generator, I think. Except we won't be able to do many hits on the same turn, so... Well, let's think about it. The eggs look like they don't hatch or anything. They're just passive. And this is the defense lab. Okay. So, let's have a nice open position for the jet. Let's keep the smog mech in the back as usual. And the control mech can do some positioning around here in case we need to have any repositioning shenanigans right off the bat. I feel like we might need to soak 1 turn's worth of damage here and prioritize getting rid of the Shell Scion. And that's okay, because you can always position it somewhere friendly. Also, you have 2 attacks going into this position here along this cross, so one of them will have to be moved. Particularly because these attacks have 2 range. If we deactivate the shield generator right away, we would... That would be a bad idea because we would need to deal with 3 attackers. However, Alpha Hornets do only 2 damage. Okay, so they're not going to kill each other outright. However, if you move this down, then this is going to do 1 damage over here. This is going to unshield the Scion. It's probably what we need. This is also going to block this position. I'm looking at moving this over here. And if I take some damage on the shields in the first turn, that's fine, because that will basically mean I have a free shield removal, if that makes sense. And it's just a matter of what to do with the siege unit. I think the siege unit should hit the Scion so the Scion gets taken out immediately, because that's going to be one of the biggest problems I have to deal with once shields go down. So we're going to move this guy down here. And shields will remain up this turn. This is going to attack here. This is going to attack into this and do 2 damage. It means we want to hit. We might want to smoke this attack, except... no, we don't. Because the shield will remain up. What we actually want to do is probably block this position. And I'm not going to take damage anyway, which makes me wonder if the shield will take damage since the mech will not. Oh, we have a slight problem. Which is that attacking into this with this unit will smoke this spot here and eliminate the friendly fire. So I actually need to attack into it with my guy here. If I understand this correctly. And then we'll just drop somebody else's shield. Okay, I didn't think that through, because we should have, in fact, hit this first. However, we can set somebody on fire. That might be even better. Block this, or you can move... Or you can just take this guy out right away. I don't see why not. Except that kind of negates the purpose of moving this, except for the block. No, we'll take him out right away. It resolves one problem immediately this turn that I would rather deal with now. Yeah, let's do it now. Otherwise, he's just going to be too much of an issue. Okay, didn't quite take advantage of the friendly fire there, but the shield is still going. And let's take a look at the attack priority, because we'll want as much friendly damage as possible. So this guy will hit before this guy. So let's say we use the control mech in this location, move him down here, get him to kill. If we drop the shield, we'll need to take this guy out. That's fine, because we can attack into this position, drop the shield, kill this outright, move this down here. And that should work. Nice thing about this as well is that I will self-heal immediately. Oh, except I didn't deal with this guy. Okay, we made a mistake then. I didn't even see this guy here. So we do have a problem. Never mind. I should not have dropped that shield this turn then, because we didn't even read that one up top. So thank goodness for the double reset. And because the shield was dropped in this location, we need to deal with both of these. However, we're able to move this guy down, and we can just use smoke to neutralize one of the other ones. In fact, we can use smoke to neutralize as well as damage this shield. We'll just leave the shield up this turn then, in that case. And the question is how we deal with this one. Yeah, so this is not going to be hittable by the jet, so it either needs to be moved or otherwise dealt with. I think we'll move this down here. He's going to hit 2 locations. This is not doing anything for me this turn, so that's okay. We'll just leave him. He'll be unshielded. And then we just need to deal with these 2. I can just smoke this directly. And Or smoke this one and this one. Okay. I think I know how to do it. We're going to smoke like this. That will neutralize one attack. We're depending a little heavily, and fire is going to burn this guy up, which is great. That's exactly what I wanted. Then we can neutralize this guy with smoke. And we'll move this guy down here. And if I can reposition myself somehow, that would be great. But I think just a nice central position will do the trick just fine. Great, everything's been cancelled. We've got smoke everywhere. We're in good shape. Yeah, keeping in mind that you can burn up the eggs with fire within a single turn without dropping the shield is something that I should keep in mind. I think the trick to this map is to defer the shield deactivation for as long as possible. Okay. Things are getting pretty full here. This is going to go last, so the shield will drop at the end of this turn if we continue to leave it up. This will fire into the middle of nowhere, that's fine, we'll leave it. This guy needs to be hit, I think. This one, he's going to continue throwing bombs. This needs to be moved. I'm pretty sure. And the trick will be figure out where to move him. So, let's say we move him to this location after getting rid of this guy. Then we'll let the egg explode. We'll fire directly into this one to set it on fire. We will then move this over here to do friendly fire. I think that'll work. Yeah, smoke this. We move this here. Oh, except we won't do friendly fire with him because he will be in the smoke. And this guy would still need to be dealt with. Okay, so we may have made a mistake again then. Because once again, I miscalculated and didn't deal with one enemy that was on the board. We have a board that's a little too crowded right now, to be honest. However, note this attacks second, this attacks first. We can always move this kind of position here. No, I think this is just going to be wrong. We didn't need to kill him because he would have hit the shield. We need to reset this one. We can do much, much better. Yeah, once again, this is just a really crowded board, and I didn't read both of these. We can, however... Yeah, we just ignore these two. The priority is to get rid of the alphas if we can, and to protect these two locations. The way to do that would be to smoke one and then move one. And if we smoke this one, we heal back up right away. That's not an issue. Although ideally we can give ourselves a little bit more space. And then if we can move this guy... I would have liked to move this into this location, in fact. I don't think it's going to happen. Move this. Oh, sorry, smoke this, move this. fire at this. That'll destroy the egg this turn, because we do need to destroy both the egg and shield generator. And we'll have a lot to deal with on board after that. But I think we can make it work. Okay, let's cancel that attack. We need to just move this guy probably here, so he's going to do 2 points of damage. Except I want to... Yeah, I'll be firing in that location, so we'll move this guy down here. So he's going to hit for 2. That'll simplify things slightly. And we'll hit this over here, which will also neutralize that remaining attack. We'll let the shield generator die, and everything else should be fine. No more resets, though. So we'll need to be extra careful on the last turn, considering that we have far too many things on the board currently. And that the shields are going down. No, it's okay, because if we have things that are sitting beside each other... well, the problem is that that is getting very trapped currently. If we move this guy, he can take this one out. The problem is we currently don't have a very good solution here. We can always move this guy into the fire, and that's fine. Yeah, the problem is that I'm very trapped in the corner. This is going to hit, this is going to hit. We might have to take some grid damage, unfortunately. I've been perfect so far, so it's unfortunate to make that compromise, but we just left too much stuff on the board. Unless we do tons of repositioning. Now if I move this out, this can always smoke this location just to neutralize this attack completely. And then we can... Let's see. Yeah, we're going to probably take 2 points of grid damage this turn, I think, by the looks of it. I don't see how else that's going to go. This can die to fire. This can also neutralize grid damage by itself. We need a couple of attacks to basically do double duty from here. And this can hit, not a big deal. So if this neutralizes, then at least this grid is saved. And we need to get rid of this guy, which is simple enough. We just move him onto the fire, or we move him here. He can do 2 damage and save me 1 additional grid point, and that's probably the way to do it. Then we need to deal with 2 more. 1 over here, 1 over here. So it looks very much like... Unless I find some way to use this guy to hit 2 targets here, or deal with 2 targets, we will be taking 1 point. Okay, not perfect. We'll move him down here. Yeah, he's going to take priority. Good. So then it's just a question of scoring some kills then, perhaps. Because at this point, this is going to take some damage. No, we can also always try to outright kill it, but not at the expense of that many points, I don't think. So we're just going to neutralize. And this we can kill outright. And we take 1 hit. And defense lab is going to be okay. So I think we're fine. And yeah, unfortunately a little bit imperfect here, but we're still okay on all the objectives, so it could be worse. Alright, let's put in some additional energy. We probably need some movement points, although right now I think this 2 health is more of an issue, given that we have a little bit of inflexibility here. Eventually we can build some additional points into this to get control shot to be even more flexible. And yeah, I think we will in fact want health. Usually I prioritize movement, but in this case I think health is the way to go. Although we've been already immune to blocking, so perhaps it's not too much of an issue, but it is creating a little bit of inflexibility. So, and eventually the pilots will level up and we'll hopefully get some stat gain that we can reassign to something more offensive. Okay, we will, as always, prioritize stars. We'll likely go this way and do these 3. Checked cannon bot. We can do that. That's just a matter of smoke. Cannon bots... Yeah, we'll see about that. Might need to neutralize that. Destroy the hacking facility. Ah, yes, if you destroy the hacking facility, then it becomes friendly. That's how to do it. And you have a shield on it, so... We'll do some repositioning, I'm sure. But for now, let's do this. Okay, this is going to do 2 damage. We can always just evade this. And we just need to deal with these 2, which is simple enough. Jet can deal with this one. And we can fire the hacking facility. It will set the location on fire, but the location being on fire doesn't matter, I think. So we would actually want to move the cannon bot afterwards over perhaps to this location, so the cannon bot destroys the facility for me. Given that, we will get over here. We'll just do 2 damage here right away. I think that's going to be the way to do it. And yeah, we'll just drop some fire over here. Unit is unaffected by smoke. Now the building, is it going to burn from fire? I actually don't know. I feel like I should know that kind of thing, but if I don't, I don't. So let's move this guy over here. He's going to shoot. This guy will fire into the middle of nowhere. We deal with 2 spawns next turn. And let's find out. And yeah, fire damage will take out the building. So that's something we'll keep in mind if we are doing some more fire neutralization later on. And it does mean that we have a friendly cannon bot now that I can use to deal with things like the eggs. Cannon bots just does 1 damage plus fire, which is great. This guy is just firing here. He's not an issue. We don't quite have enough room to deal with the blobber, but we can kill it directly. And we can always move this to do some additional damage to the Alpha Hornet. So I think the way to do it is to move here. We will do 2 damage this way. This guy is going to just nuke this one, which will also neutralize the other attacker. That's going to set him on fire. This blob will move over here and blow up and hit the Alpha Hornet. The Alpha Hornet will take 1 additional damage from the friendly cannon. So, get over here. Oh, you can't move these. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that. That's important. Unstable guts. That's because it's not an egg or something, it's just guts. Alright, that's fine. We'll deal with it. Also, friendly cannon. Is it affected by smoke? Yes, it is. It doesn't benefit from smoke like I do, so. And if this... Yeah, kill it first to stop it. We'll do that. We're fine then. Again, that wasn't perfect, but we have a control mech still, which can then be used, perhaps, as a blocking piece. Yeah, since we still have this available, we'll definitely use it to block. And block here so the smoke is available on that location. Or even dump this guy on top. Because then at least we reduce him by 1. Maybe even place him over here so we retain the smoke. I think that'll do. That'll be comfortable. In fact, yeah, no, if I was going to do that, I should have blocked both locations. That's okay. That's okay. A little bit of suboptimality. Never hurt anyone on normal. Right, no problem. At this point, we'll just kill all 3, block these positions, we'll be fine. In fact, I can just move this guy directly on top. He'll die to the spawn. Our main priority at this point then is going to be taking out this guy completely, which I think we can do. Two damage plus fire. He will die after the... Oh, the cannon bot doesn't go far enough. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I miscalculated. That's okay. We just move this guy down. He's going to take priority. He's going to kill this one. Alpha Scarab. We can also move Alpha Scarab over to this location. And then fire attempt. No, we'll need to move this one. This will get on top. This will move by 3 spots. Oh, okay, no, except this is going to smoke this location, which means that it will no longer do sufficient damage. However, it is going to neutralize the attack. This can just die outright to the thruster, though. So if it dies outright to the thruster, then I should, in fact, move this and then just use this to kill. Except it's going to take damage from fire, isn't it? Except it's just going to take 1 shield damage, so I think it's going to be fine. Maybe. No, I'd rather not risk that. How many movement points? 3. 1, 2, 3. That is very annoying. Okay, move this guy down here. He hits... I just need to do 1 damage against... No, I need to... That's okay. That's okay. We'll rethink this. I should have... we've got 2 turns remaining and 2 resets. Let's just spend a reset since it's an easy fix. So we hit this first, and then we hit with this cannon. That's the way to do it. Next time we watch our range. Move this down here. This is going to get kill. Yeah, alternatively, I mean, we can just smoke this guy first anyway. He's not an issue. We'll move this over. Indeed, if I move him onto fire, he'll deal with both. Okay. Let's move him onto fire rather than onto spawner. This gets dealt with. This will burn, which means he will die the following turn. We hit this guy. Sets him on fire. He will die. He will die. He will eventually die. I don't really want to mess with the fire patch here, even though I'm shielded. I think it's best if I don't. Let's just move him to a better position. Because I could go for the shot, but no need. Okay, so we don't need to deal with one that's on fire as long as we don't accidentally smoke him. And of course, if we have enough attacks to work with, then that's fine anyway. We will, in that case, we can do 3 damage for 1 shot against that guy, assuming we can get in a position, which we can't. We'll hit this one then. Oh, it is going to smoke this one, as I predicted. That's okay, we can always just dunk him into fire again. Not a big deal. Then it'll heal up over here. We can do some more friendly damage, that would be great. For example, if I move this one by a few spots, such that I have a little bit more range to work with, perhaps, for this attack. This, yeah, this will just probably live. I feel like we can do better. No, this can attack directly. We'll hit for 1. We just need to coordinate an attack against this guy then, so. If that's the case, we will move this over here. And I've got lots of space to work with. Alright. Do 3 damage against him. We will then go. Oh, wait. How have I used that one already? Ah, yes, okay, so that's fine. And then we're off by 1. That's okay. I suppose if we had done 1 shot plus fire, yeah, that's okay, that's okay. We could have done that better. So a little suboptimal again in terms of XP gain, but we'll take it. Yeah, we'll take it. Where are the heck we're running off to? We were having fun. And we have a promotion. 1 move per Vec killed in the battle. So is that overall in the entire battle or killed by this commander? Because if it's killed by this pilot, then that's a little different, isn't it? And we'd have to move him to somebody. Let's take a look here. Of course, Control Mech is probably the one who should get as much movement as possible. Yeah, Thruster gets into position immediately. And the movement points on this already is very good, so... Whoops. I feel like we might want to swap them. Because then you get +1 move immediately, but then you get a huge movement boost on the thruster, which is constantly being repositioned late in the battle. So let's try a swap. Once again, I don't know if the kills are based on one stat or the other here, but we'll deal with it. Okay, central processor. Make less than 3 grid damage. I think we can do that. We have a lot of cannon bots on the map, though. A lot of other things that are frozen. Protect a powered generator. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, yeah, because I think this is the one where they gradually try to unfreeze. But I don't recall. So anyway, let's give the thruster mecha a bit of an open position if we can. It's not quite open, but take it. And control mech, we'll put it over here. Control mech pretty much gets the run of the entire map at this point. For the first turn. And yes, indeed, things are going to break open. And this guy... well, we'll need to deal with him. Interestingly enough, yeah, I don't think I can dunk him, unfortunately, but we can probably just move him out of the way and trap him completely. In fact, if I move him over here, then I can do some damage with this. So let's say I just shove him... oh no, he can't cross the water at all, so never mind. What I can do is move him into a more advantageous position, though. That will then allow me to smoke him some other way. Yeah, we definitely want to damage him, though. We can just outright kill him this turn, in fact. If I'm careful about it. Let's see, because this will block this position. I would be able to do 2 damage with that and only 2 damage with that, but then if we do it in the correct order, he's going to burn. We'll just gang up on him. So let's say we do this. And then we do this shot first. No, we need to smoke him first and then burn him. 2 damage like that. And then 2 damage like that. Easy. This guy's going to shoot in the middle of nowhere, set some things on fire. Fire is fine. Okay, things are going to break open once again. We'll be able to keep pace, I think. Given that this will just die directly to another jet attack. This will die to artillery. This guy can just be moved into fire, probably. So. There's one. And we need to remember to grab the pod afterwards, but I don't imagine that'll be... oh, no, we need to make sure he is able to walk. Yeah, he'll die to fire. This guy will pop right open. Pretty easy to contain. Okay, once again, we need to deal with the pod, so we'll do that. This could die to artillery once I get rid of this one. Let's move him 2 space. No, let's move him 1 space. Pretty easy to contain, in fact. Now, can I move things that are blocked in ice? No, I can't. You can't move things that are grounded like that. But what you can do is move a friendly unit into a healing position, which is exactly what we will do, just to be extra stylish. And let's go. A very simple map, actually, because we managed to kill the alpha immediately, and because it was locked into a position that was just no threat whatsoever. So once again, we're going to do 3 damage like this. And we just have tons of damage output at this point, so... Also, yeah, the movement points... I should have tracked movement points. I think it is based on my kills with this unit, so... we should have kept that in mind. It's only based on the VEC units, not the spawning units, so... Actually, there's an easy way to check. No, there isn't. Not this turn. So let's just kill this. And move on. And that heals up. We can once again do a bit of a fancy play just for style and for no purpose whatsoever. That's it for this map. And we get a pod. Just a reactor, nothing much beyond that. Let's see where we'll place it. Probably movement points on the smog mech is perhaps best, since that's the one unit that's not really getting any kind of movement boost right now, so we'll do that, and we'll go to the venting field. Okay, we'll want to kill the Shell Scion right away. And we need to defend the factories. We can do that. Smog mech over here, and positioner over here. We don't want them in the same line of fire as the factories, but of course I'm just trying not to take any building damage whatsoever, so it should be immaterial. Now, we need to remember the blobs do not get repositioned, which means that we actually might want to use friendly fire on the blobs if I can. However, laser is not powered. Okay. So we'll kill the Shell Scion directly. We'll reposition. We can probably kill this directly once the Shell Scion is down. Maybe. Yes, because we can hit it with fire. Okay, yeah. So I think I know how we will do this. We will go this way. We will then move this up to this spot. And we need to make sure that I don't smoke it if I'm depending on friendly fire, so we do need to move it first up to this location. And it's going to hit. Then we use this guy to hit. That'll be set on fire, that will die to fire, and then we are fine. And everything's going to be contained at the bottom of the map here, so we're in very, very good shape. Also, I keep forgetting that the mechs are, in fact, not friendly. I should have dealt with it. That's okay. We just need to change the attack order on these guys to reflect that. Smog mech can hit this for a few. I think it will... Yeah, it's kind of in a tricky position here because, unfortunately, if we don't kill it outright, it's going to run into some problems. However, this has attack priority 3. We can move it into this position. It's going to kill the friendly with 3 damage. I think that's what we'll do. We'll shift this over here. And we will just kill this outright. We'll kill the other 2 outright. And we need to deal with the other cannon bot after that, which we can do. So, let's get moving. Move him. Oh, no, no, no. He has to go around a mountain. He can't go over. So that idea doesn't work. However, he can still do friendly fire, I think. Over here. It just won't burn. That's still okay. Yeah, that's still okay. Because that's going to be attack number 3. Yeah, so we do need to kill this one. And this. We can do it. And we do it while blocking a spawn. Doesn't look like it. But we'll take it out. This is going to fire into this location and kill it. This is going to fire into this location here. This will do nothing. This will kill its friend. This will need to deal with this turn on top of 2 additional spawns. And we've got fire everywhere, so we shouldn't be in awful shape as long as we keep in mind how the positioning tools actually work. We still have some spawn locations to deal with here. This is becoming a little bit of a problem. This can take 3 damage, and only 3, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it can take up to 3, but it can be repositioned here afterwards. This can also be repositioned. Let's see. It does 3 damage. It's going to do 3 damage against this guy. So if we reposition all the way over here, then he'll hit, and that's fine. And then we just need to deal with the other units and potentially do some blocking, like maybe with 1 damage plus a block. I think I know how to do it. Yeah, we'll move him over here. Attack priority, yeah, he's going to kill this first. We'll move this guy over here so he can do 1 damage. And he's going to take 3 in response. And this will need to die. So, we'll do it. And get into a more centered position while we're at it. Okay so far. We will have 1 additional spawn to deal with, but it's going to be the last turn. We should be okay. As long as the targeting is not too much of a big deal. Okay. This can just be moved over here if we want friendly fire. It would mean that we commit to not killing it, though. That's probably the best way to do it. This kills this, and we deal with the other 2 the standard way. Unfortunately, means this will be left alive. Not optimal in terms of XP, but we will take it. And we'll even do a bit of healing up along the way. And this should take care of it. Okay, almost through with island number 2. Destroy the bot leader, protect the corporate tower, we can do it. Now, what does the bot leader do? Self-repairing, if it's damaged. So, yeah, I guess if it's damaged it will repair immediately. But only 5 hit points on it, so we just need to make sure that we keep up some constant pressure against it. And smoke it out of the attack whenever possible. Okay, let's get this guy into an open position. Let's make sure this one has room to move. And let's do it. We need to check its attack range again, I think. Yeah, we just need to smack it as hard as we can. Okay, once again, this will need to be killed by, well, either myself or something friendly, since it can't be moved. Yeah, that's a definite weakness right now, is that because we don't have a lot of direct pushing, we don't have any direct pushing, I have a lot of trouble dealing with things like this. We can, however, move this down to block. It will shield up if it's damaged, but that's okay. I think we can deal with it. This guy attacking into this position, we need to deal with him as well. I think this does mean that one of these will remain alive, unless we can get some kind of friendly kill to happen. And I don't see how it can, at least not this turn. Yeah, it's really too bad that this doesn't work. And moving this guy will do nothing, so... And eventually the laser bots are going to open up, and we need to be aware of that. So I think blocking the spawn is probably the best idea this turn. We'll just take 1 damage for now, but then we can pressure it later. We can kill this easily with 1 shot. We can kill this easily with 1 shot. That's just the way that will go. And we'll smoke all the locations we can. Okay. Do we want that? Actually, no. I want to kill this, because then we can get into a more central position. Also, let's watch my movement points. Currently 4 movements. This is not a Vex, so this will not be affected. But if we kill this... How many movement points am I up to? Only 4. Okay, so this guy does need to finish the kills in order to get the movement bonus. So we should have considered that with this attack, but that's okay. We'll get into position. We'll hopefully not get boxed in. Yeah, because you get adrenaline off the kill. It also counts when you kill these units, though, so that's fine. We're doing fine. Now this guy's going to shield up in just a moment. Or not. Oh yes, he is. Okay, of course. Ah, okay, so these don't break out automatically, they do need to be broken out. That's fine, it means that I have the opportunity to fire into this and move it back. This guy wants to self-heal, interesting. Ah, okay, he's going to prepare to heal, which is bad because if his shield is up, then we'll need to deal with it. So, I'm thinking that we might need to let this guy fire this turn because we'll need to pop the shield for sure. Maybe even set him on fire. We do need to deal with this, though. This is a major irritation. So we kill this thing, we self-heal. We then attack directly into this, I think, to pop the shield. And we'll just have to leave this up for now. But that's okay, we'll block the spawns, if we can. I wonder if smoke would negate its heal as well. Possibly, but we don't want to mess with that. Let's just nuke it. Or we let it heal. Because then I can deal with these guys right now. Kill this guy with fire and smoke this guy so he's not attacking. I think I prefer that. And then we move this into position to block the spawn. It'll unshield, but it'll heal, and then it will unshield after that. And I'm okay with it. And I'll heal up with it. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to move this guy. Oh no, once again, we need to not block the piece I'm moving. If he heals, that's fine. I think the order is that he'll heal and then he'll take damage on shield. Oh, the problem with taking damage on shield is... No, that's okay. It'll be shield damage, so he shouldn't re-shield after that. And I think we'll be able to nuke him pretty quickly. We'll need to be quick, though, because we're running out of opportunities rapidly. Maybe I should have taken a shoving weapon earlier on. Now, here's something that we can do, is that if we manage to crack this guy open, we can do friendly damage against him. And I think that's what we'll do. We'll unshield, we'll pop him open, yeah, we'll pop him open with some damage. That. It'll also cancel his attack, because canceling the shield is going to work out just fine. We'll then set him on fire, which is going to be good as well, because we'll essentially break open the shield. The problem I see right now is that this guy, his attack will be neutralized if I try to move him here. So we shouldn't move him here, we should move him on top of the spawning location and have him block. And then we'll be able to hit this next turn. Then we have two spawners, and we can nuke this guy directly on the final turn. I'm okay with it. Not ideal, but I'm okay with it. Okay, we'll need to do 2 damage against him, or to move him into a position where he'll suffer friendly fire. This we can ignore, this we can ignore, which is great. The positioning is pretty favorable. So yeah, we need to pop open 1 damage on this guy and then move him into this position here for friendly fire. We can do that. We can do that pretty easily, in fact. Because it will neutralize his move. We then... I mean, we can then even attack directly into him. But we'll get more kills if we... Oh, once again, let's apply our positioning. And yes, so he will kill on this turn. And then this can take out anything we like. Which one do we want? Doesn't matter, they're both the lowest level minions that one can imagine. And we'll pass. Yeah, we're a bit slow on the XP, but we'll camp it eventually. Mostly because I've been using the alphas as friendly damage whenever possible. Okay, who do we want? Do we want Prospero, mech gains flying. I mean, that is kind of useful for the siege weapon, but perhaps not. What we really need is a pushing weapon, if we can. The acid tank technically fits that bill. I don't know about that, though. Do we want... so we have 9 points anyway. We can buy 3 reactors, but if we buy one of these, then we can potentially sell it, and we have a bit more flexibility, so... I think what we'll do is we will actually take the acid tank, and if I don't have a reason to sell it, then we will just plug it into somebody. Because it could be useful, especially as a pushing piece. So... okay, let's spend reputation. We might potentially sell that off. Mechs cannot take damage during the player turn. That is crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I don't think it's actually... oh, it takes 2 points of energy to do... it's not going to be that useful for this current squad. It synergizes very well with certain things, but... okay, range class weapon. It does require me to plug something in. Oh, this is the rebounding weapon. I see. And it does a double push. Once again, we might need a pushing piece because I'm having a lot of trouble dealing with things like eggs. We'll consider this, because this takes no energy to do. Fires 2 projectiles in opposite directions. And that would be on the jet. Now, the jet would be taking out things like eggs anyway, that's the thing. But yeah, currently things like eggs and bombs and other things that require repositioning are a huge issue. We might take it. This double bounce. I don't want to spend too much energy, though. Let's... I think the tank... no, it's just too expensive to plug in. Cost 2 energy. I think we're going to sell this off for sure. So in the end, maybe this was not that helpful. Wow, the thing about this weapon is that it's cheap. And it gives me a push. Let me see my current setup. And we do have a slot open on the thruster mech. Which tells me I should probably take it. Because also we'll have an attack that's available in the event that I don't have self-damage available. So, let's spend. Let's sell this, first of all. Let's buy this one. And then... do we have anything else that I want to sell off? I feel like the stabilizer is much too useful. It's tempting to sell off for 1 power, but I think... yeah, we can always take 2 points on the grid, not that it's going to be that interesting. We can also maybe take the rebounding volley just in case we have a spot for later, but let's see our current loadouts. No, we only have 1 sub-weapon available still, so we'll take this one. Janus Cannon currently is just 1 damage. And we still need a clear line of sight on this one as well, so... we'll think about that. And so yeah, not really optimal here by any means, but... we can always consider the pilots. No, I think we'll just take the grid. Very tempting to take something like this, but no, too expensive energy-wise. Let's just take some points. So in the end, we probably should have just taken that to begin with, but we didn't know that. So, 2 points to work with here. Let's see where they're going. 1 additional move on control shot could be extremely useful. I think that might be better right now. It will eventually want some damage on this, but right now it's just a pushing weapon. Because if we want direct damage, we've got plenty to work with. more smoke. I think that sometimes the smoke actually gets in my way a little bit. We want to save up for damage eventually. I feel like the control shot is the way to go right now. Because the more flexibility we have, the better, especially because I can't move units through myself, as we discovered the hard way. Okay, do we do plain old archive, or do we do this? I think the best idea is to fight the one that requires me to deal with additional spawners, since we have so much trouble pushing things around. And that would be this leader here. Yeah, because that's the one that is going to toss eggs everywhere. Though acid might be fun here as well. Did we? No, we didn't take acid. We took. We sold that off and took the Janus cannon. Yep. Well, I think given the current loadout, we should go with this one. Okay, looks like the path will be through these four here. So let's do it. Kill 4 enemies inflicted with acid. That's going to require me to hit one of them per turn with the tank. This has how many movement points? 3. No, yeah, 1, 2, 3. So we'll probably do movement over here. We'll need to blow this guy up immediately. And we'll want a nice open position for this unit here. So let's go smog mech in this corner. Control mech over here. There we go. And we get a pod immediately. Okay, that's more or less what I expected. If we use the acid tank to hit this guy immediately, then we can actually kill him in one shot. I guess we just will not deal with the Scion yet, because... Unless... I mean, we do need to deal with this guy. But then you can hit him with a siege weapon. You can also hit this guy with a siege weapon if... no, with acid, I actually want to tank over here. We want this guy to do the push. We'll do a siege weapon on this, and we'll move this guy. So we can block this location. We will not be able to deal with Blood Scion yet, but that's okay, because we'll get a couple of outright kills. Okay, acid on him. 6 damage. Just going to get the kill. We'll then move over here to deal with this guy. And then we'll use this guy to block a spawner. Probably this one, so we force a spawn down here. That's well out of position. And that's straightforward. Now we don't want to block too much. We do need to have a target for acid every turn, so... That'll be okay. This... deal with... yeah, Jet probably needs to take this guy out. Then we go... acid... and this isn't going to hit anything, so he's just going to be inflicted with acid while we kill something else entirely, perhaps. So the main thing that needs to be dealt with is this guy. We'll deal it. We'll pop him like this. Maybe the blood sign isn't that much of an issue right now if we are just outright killing everything anyway. In fact, we can even put the blood scion on top of a spawner just to do some chip damage. And just kill everything along the way. We will have to deal with 3 spawns, though, if we're not careful. Oh. No, 2 spawns. In any case, we'll deal with 2 spawns, so we'll move this guy. I don't want to trap him. Let's move him over here. Land some smoke. Move this over here. And we've got 2 spawns to deal with. We're fine. No issues. And he's going to get soaked anyway, so that takes care of the acid objective, at least partly. So this guy will die in 1 shot. This one, I can't really get in range for the acid tank, unfortunately, but we can probably just do friendly damage with him. And yeah, kill that immediately. And move one of these 2. And that'll be nice and simple. In fact, you can move it into this position and then fire acid at it. And prepare it, basically, for a kill on a following turn. So we'll do that. We'll move this one over here. We will soak him. Deal this guy here. And then this one we can kill, and we should probably. Although not if I want to block this position, which might be better. Since, actually, at this point the sign guy doesn't matter because we're just outright killing everything. It's better to block this and stop 2. Because the health regeneration is doing nothing for the opponent right now, so we'll just repair in this position, perhaps. Maybe even do some collision damage. It's not a bad idea, in fact, except I would be taking 2 points on my neighbor. Can I survive 2 points on my neighbor? Yes, I can. We'll just do it. A little bit of friendly fire, never hurt anybody, except your friends. Yeah, that guy's moving into position, and then we just get 2 kills and we're out of here. Pretty simple. We'll need to get rid of this guy first, so we have some more positional flexibility. Once again, the fact that I can fly over whenever I like is very, very helpful. And then, yeah, this I can just nuke immediately, and we are done. I think we're done. Yep. All objectives completed. Let's go on. You might want to reconfigure the commanders a bit so I can actually level all of them up, but it's okay. We'll consider that. Heal all player units, including the disabled mechs. The thing is, the boost on my fully leveled commander is so useful right now. The fully leveled pilot on the smog mech is so useful right now for that extra damage that I don't want to mess with that yet. Okay, upgrades. We can add some movement, or we can add to the Janus cannon. I feel like we will add to the Janus cannon. And we'll eventually build towards more damage on the reverse thrusters, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, the friendly fire would have been deadly that turn just now if we had one additional damage, but I feel like more flexibility is better if we need to push things around. Okay, Acid Storms will do it. What is Acid Storm? While the storm generator functions, all units will have acid applied. That's fine, it just means everything will die really quickly. And we will eventually need to destroy it, but I feel like we want to leave it up until we've contained the numbers a little bit, so let's start. So this is Storm Generator. All units have acid applied. We'll kill everything we can. It does mean positionally I want things to be nice and open for the jet. Especially because right now the Burrower is probably the item of the most concern. And we'll block this location here. Here we go. Once again, the health scion doesn't matter too much. The Burrower is the main issue. Now, I can always push this guy if need be. The Burrower will also be able to take direct damage, I think, if I do this. It's not going to be enough, but it will make it burrow. And it would smoke it as well. The problem is we need to deal with both of these. However, if we have friendly fire, this guy on the Burrower, by moving him back here perhaps, then that would take care of the problem for me. So I feel like the movement is going to be this guy to here. He kills the Burrower. Kills him outright with 6 damage. And then we kill this one with a series of attacks. So with this weapon, I'm able to just move it. Thing is, I can do a double kill with this guy if I move him into this position. But I wouldn't be able to move him or neutralize this attack, so that's the main issue right now. Also, I can't block this location because I need this guy to sit here. But we can always neutralize this just using smoke. And that might be best right now, because we're going to move this. Oh no, once again I blocked myself. Okay, that's fine. We can wrap around over here. Move this guy. Wait. Oh, I misread that. Okay, no. I thought this was the one doing the triple attack. This is the guy doing the triple attack. No, we need to reset. Misread that completely. Yeah, this guy's just doing one shot here. We should have read that carefully. Okay, never mind then. We need to probably do a double push on these. This will die to water. This will just die. We can camp in this location. We can just move this guy over so he kills the Blood Scion. And then we can use artillery to hit this one. So that's going to be the way we do this. We then move this. It doesn't matter if I dunk myself in acid, really. Because we'll just move him over here. Then we fire on this guy. Add some smoke everywhere and get him out of the way. I don't know if he's going to burn. I don't think so, because the fire is applied at the beginning of the turn. I don't know if he's actually currently set on fire, but we will see in just a moment. And yes, I believe the burrower actually did die while it was underground then, so that works for me. We will then do more blocking. And yeah, we'll just hit this directly. We'll hit this one. That's interesting, that because of the acid, I take double self-damage. That's something I should have considered. But that's okay. We'll deal with it. And then this will just block. There's nothing more to do with it here. We'll contain this and we'll take out the acid storm controller when we can. Notice 3 hit points on that one. We'll need to keep that in mind. Also, if I repair, does that solve my current status? I don't think it does because the storm generator is still going. And in any case... Nope, I still have acid on me, as expected. We'll block a bit of everything, and once again, I take no damage from blocking in my current run, which is amazing. I will also be able to disable this directly this turn. I think we should do it this turn. The problem will be that I will need to repair afterwards, and that's okay, because we can reposition myself. But then the problem is that we will have a couple of pieces that I can't block next turn, so maybe we can hold off a turn. But we'll have to be pretty careful about this. Yeah, because I can block all 3 spawns, and if I block all 3 spawns, I'm okay. We will, in that case, try to avoid too much self-damage here. No, we can only block 2 spawns, unless I'm... Oh no, I can just move this piece over here. Then we just stomp on this and fire in this position. Yeah, we can do it. Easy. We'll just get over here. And no more acid on this guy, interestingly enough. But acid is still on everybody else. Or is it? Not exactly sure what the logic is there, but that's okay, we'll... Oh, we can also always use this turn to just push this piece, but I'd rather block with it. And we have 1 spawner that is still up and running, so we'll just repair. And take this turn as is. Okay, not too much of a problem. Even without the use of acid. So yeah, we can always nuke this guy and just move this one, I think. Move him into the fire, perhaps. In fact, the smoke will just neutralize his attack, so... But the purpose of moving him would be to give me some attack range to work with. Yeah, because I need 3 range on him. He's going to be set on fire. I actually just need 2 range to work with. Control mech will just move him over. Well, I mean, I can always do friendly fire as well, if we want. No, we'll just move him out. Whoops, I have to dunk myself once again. We'll just move him out. Heal up over here. nuke him with 3 points, since it would not be taking fire. And that is the end of that. And that's a win. Okay, we got more defense going. That's fine. We'll be going to one of these two next. Let's go straight for the supposedly harder one. Oh, but this is the one with the launcher that blows up all the mountains and blows up everything else too, so I think we'll be in a good position. Okay, that's a lot of stuff to deal with. We will have 4 turns to deal with it. We should block all these positions if we can. Especially with the leapers everywhere. This guy needs room to move. Feel like the Scorpion 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and we need this guy here. This guy here. And we will nuke everything we can. The Burrower is probably the main concern at this point. Now the nice thing is that we can move things around. So if I am using the acid launcher to hit a whole bunch of units at once, I can actually move an additional unit other than the Burrower into that area and perhaps kill 4. So this will need to die immediately. This will need to die, which positionally creates a bit of a problem because this will die to fire if we fired it directly, but no, we're actually good. We're good. Just gonna move this like this. Once some of these positions are unblocked, I'll actually go for the Scion here, because then you can kill 4 at once. No, we can kill the Scion now, in fact. If I understand this correctly, we will take this. We will move this guy anywhere in here. More tiles the better because of the achievement later on. We will take out all 4. Wow and double wow. And then, with the remaining turns, we'll block spawns and we'll take out the mountains. No problem. And blocking spawns is very doable with my current setup. Also because I can move my units into friendly positions as well. So we'll have something spawn on fire, so it's immediately on fire. We'll also take out some mountains, like these ones, because they will be away from the position I'm blocking. Okay, so we'll move over here. We'll move this guy, do friendly movement, move this guy over here, and he will repair. Done. We haven't fired at anything. We can always smoke something up if we really want. Create some more fire and smoke and everything. Might as well. Yeah, just create as much smoke as possible, perhaps. Just to constrain this. This is going to be in a terrible position, whatever comes out here, so we've got it. And yeah, blocking without taking damage seems massively overpowered, but we'll take it. Okay, once again, you get to block a couple of positions here. I can in fact just maneuver this onto another blocking tile by perhaps moving this over here. We can also take out the mountains, which is what we'll do this turn. We will maneuver... Let's see, this can move things 4 spaces, right? Let me just check that. I believe it can now, so we'll Move thrusters over here. We'll move this guy over here, and then this can just block. And we'll have this remain on fire. And this can also pop some fire onto this location. And this will do nothing. We'll just let it do its thing. We probably could have done some damage here, but whatever. And yeah, positioning tools, like the control mech, work beautifully with this particular device. So this will be the last turn. We can just nuke whatever we want, especially because it's all been acidified. We probably don't need more XP on a smog mech at this point, so we'll just dunk this. Add some experience to everybody. And thruster mech can take out this guy. And we've got 8 movement on him at this point. Looking good. That is another clean sweep. And we got Masochist, which would be good on the jet. And it is in fact on the jet, which is great because we have more movement points than we know what to do with on this guy. Having all this stacked probably isn't that useful because there's just so much redundancy between the movement points. But we'll take it. Especially because we're not taking self-damage from blocking anymore. Having Masochist on the reverse thrusters is probably best. Okay, nanite farms. The problem at this point is that we still have a lot of leveling to do on a control mech, so kind of feel like we should do a little bit of reconfiguration here. I had also totally forgotten that this smog mech was immune to acid and fire. I don't want to lose the boost though, so I really don't want to trade this off right now, but we probably should just in order to get some things going. Yeah, maybe I should put the Masochist on the control mech, but the control mech just doesn't have much of an opportunity to take damage, right? So I don't know if that makes sense. That's okay, it'll level up eventually. We are so well on pace that I'm not too worried about optimization, and we may just replace that with a different commander or different pilot anyhow. Keep calling them commanders, must just be an old Advanced Wars habit or something. Anyway, let's start nuking. Okay, no burrowers this time. We do need to deal with the stingers. That's okay. We'll put this guy in the back. And the control mech over here. And friendly fire in the acid vats is probably the way to go. We'll be able to do that just fine. Also, yeah, the thing about a thruster mech is that I'm able to do 2 damage in either direction, but if we have something to push that into, that would be even better. Or if we do some friendly fire on it, which we can. I think, though, that as far as friendly fire goes, this is only going to do 1 damage. We should move this piece over here. We should set this guy on fire. We should probably just push this one back, or we'll have some room to move it. This guy's doing nothing. We're not concerned. Oh! Yeah, same mistake as always, which is that I'm not giving him enough room to move. Hang on. He's doing how much damage? 3 damage. He's moving 3rd, so I can't put him over here to kill this guy. That's okay. We'll just forego the blocking idea. And move him over a couple of spaces. We need enough room to do 3 damage against this one, though, so that's currently still a bit of an issue. Also, no, I can do a push. This guy's firing into nowhere. We are not really concerned about him. But I will need to hit this one for sure. Like, this guy will need to die for sure. And we're doing that. And let's see, we can always neutralize him some other way. And we can also have him do friendly fire against this guy. So we come over here, we move this over here. We basically do a push attack to kill both of these. Not a problem. Or even come over here and move this guy back this way, because then we can block. No, except it won't give me the push attack. However, if we push these two in, hang on. This is actually going to do a fair bit. It just won't take care of the thing I want to take care of, which is this guy here. But he moves second. Okay, you can always come over here, move him over this way. He blocks. He does 1 damage. And we've still got plenty of stuff we can do with a jet. Like even just doing 3 damage. I kind of like that. We won't deal with the acid advance this turn, but we don't need to deal with the acid advance this turn. We have a lot of flexibility. We'll also go this way. We'll make it a little easier to respond on the other side. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Cancel the attack. We will then move this over here. He blocks, he kills. This guy does nothing. This guy will die. Good. No problem. Okay, here. This is going to attack 3rd. Well, let's see, because we've got plenty of opportunity to just damage him directly. We can also use this to block while dealing some direct damage this way. So we come over here. I'm able to smoke him while blocking. And then we can move over here and fire while also moving this guy. Oh no, once again we forgot to account for the fact that I block those pieces myself, which is the mistake we keep making over and over. Well, I can always get him to destroy the acid vent, but then we would still need to take care of this guy, who's going to do a couple of points of damage. Or we could just reset it, since I completely failed to account for this one little move order nuance. There we go, much better. Gotta move order nuance here is that this would attack into this position and damage my craft, but I don't think I care. I think we can in fact soak that. Take 1 point of damage off the attack, 1 point of damage off of the block, and then 1 off the heal. That's fine. I really don't care. I'd rather get the block. Now we can hit the acid because we will need to destroy this within the next 2 turns, or we can just go for centipede and do a little damage in events as preparation, since we will need to deal with him. Anyway, oh, dousing me with acid with 2 points there. I should have accounted for that, but that's okay. Everything's doused now. And we need to remember to actually attack the vats, which we'll do. This guy's not doing anything. We can heal up over here. We can attack this now. Not really an issue. This can also do some friendly fire. In fact, if we come over here and hit, then this attacks third. This will come in. We'll heal up, though. Yeah, we should do some repositioning. If we kill this, then this can take damage to fire and blocking, which is good, because then we can block both positions. As we would if we move this like this. And it's going to launch some acid. It's going to die to the block. Then we kill the Scion. That will heal this with smoke, which is what we need. And then I should actually get in position to destroy all of the vats. Starting with this one here. And then we can always use the push weapon for the remaining one afterwards, so we're good. Let's end. We're in good shape. Okay. That's easy to deal with. It's no problem whatsoever. In fact, it can even do friendly fire if I wanted to, but it's only 1 damage, so we won't do that. We will get in here. We will push this, possibly with a heal. And we can probably even nuke this guy at the same time, given that he's going to take that much damage. In fact, if I can move this far enough, we could potentially get multiple kills. No, I don't think so. We will just get over here and kill this directly. And then this guy will just die. This one, we won't be able to do anything about him, but we can set him on fire just for fun. Or use the control just for fun to reposition him way out of the way and add some points to the achievement. And he'll die to fire, and that's going to be it. Okay, no problem. Yeah, the damage gains are making a big difference. Corporate HQ, let's do it. We've detected an unknown Vec approaching Detritus Hub. Destroy 5 goos. Yeah, okay. This is the thing that splits everywhere. We'll need to keep all the ads under control. Now, That's something that, again, some friendly damage can fix. Let's get to Jet once more in an open position. We'll put the siege weapon a little ways behind it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, we'll do it here. And this guy here. Okay, no real problem so far. We just need to watch the attack ranges, because this guy, yeah, he hits one, he's going to hit the Scorpion. Oh, attempt to squish the adjacent tile, so if he just squishes, then it says 4 damage. We'll see if it's actually 4 damage when we reposition him. This guy is going to do 1 damage, so yeah, we need to hit this with artillery. We'll move this one. And this... whoops, we'll just die as is. Main liability here is that we're not blocking any of the spawns, but we'll be fine. Oh, the other liability here is that I need to stand in acid to move this guy accordingly, because otherwise I'll block myself again. Let me confirm that this is the case. Oh, no, he can go through a friendly unit, so we're fine. So yeah, he's going to kill that goo. This guy's going to do 4 damage and just ram into him. So we're in good shape. They'll just poke each other for a bit. I probably should have gone to a central position, but no, siege weapon, he can stay on the outside. Okay, double spawn, that's okay. We expected the split. And once again, nothing a bit of repositioning can't fix. Oh, except the burrower is in the way, and he's a massive irritation. That's okay. This is going to try to crush the building. We'll need to deal with it. These 2 attacks we don't care about. And I can fly, so... Attack order might be important here. This guy can hit this goo if we get rid of the burrower first. Burrower can be set on fire, remember, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. I kind of like the idea of the goo taking this guy out, though. But I don't think we'll be able to deal with all that at once. However, this, when attacked from this position, will neutralize this attack. This, when attacked from this position, will neutralize both of these attacks. Which would be great, because when we neutralize both, then we move this into position here, and then this guy kills the gastrobot immediately. I like that. I think we'll do it. And then here, I just need to get into this position and probably just do the push attack. Because 2 damage will get the job done. These guys have no attack move right now. I should have positioned these first, to be honest, but we'll take it. Move him here. Move him down, actually, because he'll be set on fire, but will also kill the gastrobot, so... yeah. That will be consumed. And then we'll have plenty of time to kill the remaining ones, I think. We do have to deal with that spawn. And yeah, he'll just die to fire next turn. So we are well on pace. Oh, except he's no longer on fire, is he? I guess we can't actually set those on fire. I should have taken note of that. Goo is not to be set on fire. That's okay. Now we need to get rid of all these. That might be possible using a bit of smoke. Also, I don't care about this attack. We need to deal with these two, and from an attack priority, I can move this into a position that allows it to kill one goo. Then we just need to deal with this guy. So let's say Smog kills this guy, this moves into position, this can take out more goo. So the question is, who do we want to move this to? It would have to be here. Unless I kill this small one first, which we're not doing. We need to create positions for the thruster mech to do its job. The thruster mech has to kill this one then. And if this position gets blocked, then we might be in a bit of trouble. That's okay. We'll push like this. And yeah, it does get blocked. That's a problem. That is a problem, actually, because then this position is now compromised. I was afraid of that. See if there's a way to change the attack order, perhaps, to make that make sense. In fact, if I had gone to this position and just used a push weapon... No, that would have hit the friendly building, though, so that's not good either. We can always just hit this directly. Then this goes 6, so I can't use this to hit this. We may have to rethink this turn, given that we have one of the few circumstances where RNG made a bit of a difference here. No, you know what? That was avoidable. We needed to move this guy over here after killing this one. I believe it should work. And yeah, this is going to hit first. Let's get over here and pop him. We're fine, we're fine. That was just a simple attack selection problem. We need to kill 2 goos in a remaining turn. Well, this one's going to die and spawn. This one will be taken care of soon enough, so we should be okay. A lot of stuff to deal with here, though. On this turn, I don't think we particularly care about the Scion. We can do a little bit of push damage here. I think. If we used a push weapon, then push damage is going to take care of both of these. Then we need 1 move or attack to take care of this. 1, 2... this is on fire. This will die. So that will take care of that. This is going to attack in. This is going to attack in. This is on fire. Scion Regenerate takes place after that, so we don't care. And B Minutes, welcome. B Minutes, hope you've been doing well. I think you were catching up on Final Fantasy earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Now this will die before it's able to do any friendly fire, so we can't really do much with this piece over here. Unless I'm concerned about the fire immunity that we saw earlier. No, we're fine. We've got all objectives acquired. If we really want to be safe, I can move it, but I think the turn order is exactly what it says it is, so we're just moving things for no reason. I can, however, just dunk this guy into fire for no reason either, except to perhaps, once again, just play around with the potential achievement. We'll just move him over here, in fact. No reason. just stacking up points. Okay, this should work. He should die to fire, and that's it for Island 3. Okay, we got something perfect. Deploy anywhere on the map, damaging adjacent enemies. He's got invulnerable though, which might be interesting, because I think it allows a mech to die. I might take the commander simply because I don't know if I've taken this one. I think I have though. Science class weapon shield tiles from damage. We already have a pretty full kit, I think. The shield might be useful given that we still have some positional deficiencies, but if we take something that can sell for 1 point, though, we would be up to 11 points. We could potentially buy a weapon with it, so we'll take... yeah, this costs no energy to plug in, I think. So we'll just take the shield projector and probably sell it off immediately. Oh, we actually had to sell off the repair drop as well, so we've got a lot to work with here. Anyway, weapon-wise, what do we have? Enemies do 1 damage against other enemies. We've used that before. It's okay. Actually, it's very, very good, but like I said, our loadout is kind of full up right now. Because we mostly needed push weapons, we don't have anything better than what we already have. And I like both of the passives I have already, I think. Both the nano filter, which is part of the default set that makes this whole team click. And the stabilizers have just been absolutely amazing. Especially for keeping the boost on my second pilot. So I think we will just sell this off directly, not use shields, and then go for 4 reactors, which is going to give me a huge boost in damage. Okay, let's plug it in. Now, what do we have here? We can plug in reverse thrusters for an additional point if we want the achievement for it, because there is an achievement to send something back by 4 range. Let me check my achievements once again. Build 12 damage, yeah, we have that. Let's walk. Actually, we already have 4 damage because we had the damage buff from acid, so we don't necessarily need to spend on the reverse thrusters any further. And we are definitely going to make this achievement as well, so we do not need to keep achievements in mind when deciding on damage here. In fact, +2 damage is probably going to be by far the best thing we can plug in. And we'll add some movement points, perhaps. Because I feel like, yeah, movement points will be the next thing after that. So we will add this. This is going to do a ton of damage now. Plus fire. It's going to kill stuff. Yeah, 4 base movements. I mean, in most cases, it's going to be improved, but for the sake of even more flexible positioning, let's plug 1 in, because then we can eventually scale up to one of the damage slots. Do you think this will make a difference? I think so, yeah. And yeah, this guy's going to take forever to level up with the 15 remaining points, since she can't kill, but we'll take it. Let's leave. Okay, 1 more island to go. We are super powered at this point, damage-wise. We will definitely be going for... well, it will be this cluster of 4, I think, given that we will want this. Now, what is bad repairs? Bad repairs. Your mechs start this mission with only 1 health. Luckily, I can still block things like crazy. We're going to be just fine, I think. Especially with all the positional tools that I have. Take less than 3 grid damage. We can do it. Or can we? Alpha Mosquito. Smoke to target. Oh, guess what? This one is outright going to heal me. The mosquito is in fact going to be very easy to deal with. But we need to deal with the Scion so we don't have spiders spawning everywhere on me. And Tumblebug is the one that creates boulders. Okay, we will need to deal with that because the boulders are going to be a problem. Anyway, siege weapon's going to be in the back as usual. We won't have much room to walk with it though, so actually siege weapon should be back here. We want plenty of room to work with for this jet. Yeah, the smog mech is what I meant by siege weapon. We'll move everything else up front. And confirm. And we've got a pod. Excellent. Now, there is a slight problem here with what I have, which is that unless I get healed up by some friendly smoke, my jet is unable to attack right away. It has to be repaired first, because otherwise we have problems. However, we can always do the side-to-side attack, which might work here. Except this would push it into this position and it would attack over here. Anyway, I'm not too concerned about this guy. In fact, if he's doing 3 damage, he will hit this one. I don't know about that. We can always do a little bit of repositioning with any of these, as long as I make time to grab the pod at some point. I can go over here. I can also go over here and push this guy. He will do 3 damage on this. And then this will push this out of the way, push this out of the way. Then we mostly need to deal with this one. And we can do that, I think. Smog Mech is going to do a ton of damage. Dealing 1 damage to all adjacent tiles. Let's see. So we can't camp out over here. We can probably do some other repositioning, though, too. Make this work. Yeah, if I stand here, I push 2, then I deal with this one, and I should be set. Dealing 1 damage to adjacent tiles, but the thing is, if that deals 1 damage to adjacent tiles, does that happen before or after the push? I think we need to make sure we know that. Because that will kill me outright if I'm not careful. Now, I can also smoke this one. And that might be the best way to go about this, is to just smoke it. Unless I'm repositioning first. No, we need reposition over here. No, this is going to get pushed. So repositioning is going to be this one. And we can just pop it over here, perhaps. And how much damage will I get off of this? 3 plus fire, but if we heal up, then it's going to be 4 plus fire. Which is good, because if I reposition this one up a spot, then this can heal up immediately, and no, we'll have to deal with this. And this will die. This needs to go over here first. I think I know how to do it. We actually don't heal this one up yet. We push these. No, I don't like this, because this is going to blow up and kill this immediately, I think. Yeah, because I think the damage happens before the push, right? The push happens anyway, but I think the explosion effect happens before the push. We can test it, but I don't much like the idea of testing it. This guy can always come over here, though, if we want to move this back. Oh, no, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. We move this one back, like this. And then he'll be able to do 4 damage against this if we move this over. If we move this over by 1 spot, in fact, he's not even an issue. So let's say... Yeah, no, the main issue then is that you have the spiderlings to deal with afterwards, if he's outright dying. So what you can do is move this over by a spot, and in fact move him over here, because then you can get smoke to heal me up. Over here. And he's going to die to fire at the beginning of that turn, so the spider will not move offensively, so I'm actually okay. So then I heal up over here. And then push, and then now we're about to find out the hard way. Yeah, it pushes and then it blows up. Okay, that's what I thought. It was important to know that, though. Anyway. This is the only thing that's going to spawn a spider this turn. And, oh, I'm going to take damage from it. Huh. No, I'm not, because he's going to die to fire. So then we need to prioritize the Scion next turn, since we're blocking spawns anyway. And then we can reduce the spider count after we get 1 additional heal. And then we need to grab the pond at some point. So we're doing fine. We're doing very well, in fact. Okay, and the smoke is going to heal me up. Which is great. I might just leave the mosquitoes on the board for now, in fact, because they keep healing me. And they're doing me a great service. I do, however, need to hit this. That's okay, because I think I've got tons of damage at this point. It's going to do 4 damage plus fire, it's just going to die. So, the main priority after this is to kill this, and probably just move... Oh yes, no, I need to deal to Spider. Spider is fine, because he will die to fire. So, it's going to be an easy turn. We set this guy on fire. We don't want to blow this up when it's in this position. The rock is going to remain here, in fact, so we'll need to deal with it eventually, but... And we'll need to deal with it by pushing it out of the way. But for now, we're going to take care of the spider guy. And we can... Yeah, do it with this weapon. Right? No more spiders. This is going to die to fire, and we'll move this one over here so it's blocking this position. In fact, no, we don't even need to move. We'll stay here, because the spider will die immediately, and then we will block both spawns. And there's the achievement. Okay, this will not activate. Both of these will die. This will remain. Mosquito will remain helpful. We need to just grab the pod at some point and we should be okay. Everything dies. Just the way it should be, apparently. We'll need to kill the mosquitoes at some point before they start taking out buildings. And we'll need to use an additional repair platform as well. But we will have time for that. Because this guy can come here and heal and pop that. This guy can come here and damage this. I think we're okay. Yeah, we'll kill this. We will come over here. And we can do push damage, in fact, if we really wanted. but it would probably be better to do this. Yeah, the main issue is that this turn I would need to grab the pod now, and unfortunately I will not really be able to block anything if I do that. However, we can just smoke this guy, we can block one spawn, leave him alive for one turn, and he might even heal me, being the helpful mosquito that he is. And yeah, I think that's going to be the way to do it. So we'll grab the pod, then back out this way. We'll block one spawn in exchange for having one mosquito alive, and then this will be on fire, and then we'll need to deal with the rest. But we should be fine. Yeah. Unless we have any moves with this. No, we don't. Okay, something's coming. And that's quite a bit, in fact. That's okay, we'll have a couple of attacks that don't matter, like the boulder over here. Several attacks will not matter, in fact, so we will be okay. In fact, I can go over here, I can do an attack. And then the main thing is, can we get into position to do something with this guy? This will also die outright to an attack if I want. So yeah, we need to neutralize this and this. This can be done if I can just hit it. We should also consider what I can do with my positioning tool over here. Probably just moving this out of the way so it maybe even just kills this. However, yeah, no, there's going to be smoke. It only pushes a one tile either way, so we can probably move this guy over here. And we'll be fine. So in that case, we want to hit this. We'll die to fire. This guy here will add a bit of smoke and we'll heal up. This guy here will move into this position and he will get a kill. Oh no, except the 3 attack is going to happen this way. Yeah, no, we can reset and move him over here because I think he's going to charge multiple spaces away. So yeah, no, we can fix that quickly. It's just some very minor optimization, but minor optimizations are usually worthwhile. So yeah, let's grab this guy. Once again. Heal up with that. And then this one we will move up. And oh, he's going to do some damage to push me back here, and I don't care. Because we can move him over here. Oh, that's not going to work. Yeah, no, that's okay. We didn't make this work. Because no matter what, the smoke is going to prevent that attack. So nothing was actually going to deal with this guy. That's okay. Now we're just going to take 1 damage for no reason, but that's the end of this map, so we're fine. As long as this one dies, which he will. Yeah, so he only attacks to either side, but it's 3 damage in the forward square and a push to the backward square. So we just need to keep that kind of movement in mind. Prime class weapon, we'll sell that eventually. Let's take a look at who we're going to upgrade here. Like I was saying previously, I think it's probably for the best if we save up this point. I know, we've got 2 reactors. What can we do with 2 reactors? We can put in some additional damage, probably. And right now, both of these weapons are looking pretty good. This one, of course, has the benefit of smoke. And we frequently don't really have that much range to work with, but I think, yeah, we can improve one of these weapons just by taking off one movement point. This is currently doing 2 damage. We can raise it to 3. And this is currently doing up to 3. We can raise it to 4. I feel like more damage is probably the way to go, so let's remove 1 movement point and add more power. Will more power really help? Oh, yes, it will. Okay, tidal waves. Kill 5 or fewer enemies. So we just need to reposition things all over the place. 5 or fewer, that's interesting. We actually have so much damage output that maybe... Oh, we just need to smoke everything, I think, and just block spawns. We should be okay. Except these guys are all over the place. Now, here's the problem, is that we really need to not kill these things, because otherwise we're going to have spiders everywhere, and that will be bad. So we'll probably just leave the mosquito alive. We need to block buildings. I think we're fine. Yeah, we'll mostly just neutralize attacks where possible. And probably kill this guy just in case, because we don't want spiders. And we'll do it like this. I think if I understand this map correctly, we're not really going to have to deal with respawns anyhow. It wouldn't make sense to have lots of spawners on this when... That's very much not the point. Okay, so we will definitely need to move this. Now here's the thing. Environment is going to kill this guy. For sure. The rest is just reposition. Okay, this attack is going to be neutralized if I kill this. That's fine. Because it means that we can... probably just move some things, block some spawns. Yeah, we need to move this guy for sure. We can move him down to this location to block. This will smoke and neutralize. This guy's just going to have to die, so there'll be 2 kills. I see no way around that. We might leave the pod for the moment, although next turn I'll definitely have to grab it, so perhaps blocking the spawn is the better idea at the moment. But anyway, let's do it. We must kill it. Otherwise... spiders. Okay, we'll move this one. Yeah. No, he's not going to go that far if I block his position, so... Once again, let's move him down this way. Tidal wave will get this guy first. Except he's flying, so never mind. That will not be the case. I forgot that he flies. We need to push him then. We need to push him out of the way, and unfortunately that's going to do friendly damage. But we can also just smoke him for 1 point. And that should be fine because it'll neutralize. Yeah, we're okay. We will just not be able to block this spawn, but we'll just stall as much as we can. In fact, having that boulder there might even be beneficial for the time being. We do need to pod this time, though. So this might get me into a little bit of trouble. But we can always do a self-reposition after the pod, perhaps. Well, let's see. This guy definitely needs to be pushed. This will attack into this position. They are both going to... Oh no, this is not attacking. We don't care about it. So this one can be smoked. Like we need one smoke. We need one reposition. It's possible that we'll just need to take one hit this time in order to get the pod, which is going to be probably more important, although less critical to the score. Yeah, we grab the pod. And perhaps I can use that as some kind of body block afterwards. I don't like it. This guy will not go far enough to attack over here. Ideally, I would have stood over here, attacked into this position, and smoked this. And that will not happen. But if we perhaps... Yeah, this will need to be moved for sure. So why don't we just get over here, shove him out, and how much damage does he do? 3. Not enough to this guy. So I was hoping that this would just do friendly fire over here, and then that would deal with the problem somewhat. This is going to be tricky. We may need to kill some things. But the problem is that this pod is currently not in position for anything. It's just completely out of the way. We have no way to deal with it. But I want perfect objectives, so we want the pod. The issue, mainly, is getting this guy out. We do a push attack. We can also just dunk him directly. Yeah, I don't see it. Just a very unfortunate series of positions here, unless we can find a way to align two together. So, for example, we can move this guy on top of the spawning position, which might be beneficial. Because then we can block both. And this is going to do 3 damage to the building, so this will take priority over this, because this will take 2 damage to the grid, this will take 1. We can maybe just cross our fingers for the 25% grid defense, which is not kicked in yet this round. We can also just damage him directly and kill him. Which might be preferable. In any case, this is the way it has to be. We will move this guy. What even is his attack pattern? It is going to be, yeah, hitting a rock, so we block. Ah, you know what? Same problem as usual, which is that he's completely obstructed. He can't actually move. Move this guy. Kill this one outright. Okay, that might be better. Move this one. Except he's going to do 3 damage. No, but he'll be in smoke, so that's okay. So suppose we move him here. That's cancelled. Then... suppose we move here. We could have theoretically done some damage, but I'd rather just grab the pod and go. This guy can just kill the tumblebug outright. And we accept 1 grid damage. That's how it'll go. I can push him and set him on fire, but I don't see why I would want to do that. I'd rather block the spawn so we have fewer enemies on the board. And okay, 1 damage it is. I can repair. Okay, here we are. And yeah, it's going to be 1 hit. That's our second one of the game. So, not a perfect run by any means. At least in terms of going for the full score. Kill 5 or fewer, we can afford to kill everything this turn, which is good. This guy doesn't matter. This guy doesn't matter. This is the main thing that we need to deal with, so we will. This one can always just be dunked into the water. And we will in fact do that. We'll die to the environment next turn. This will die now. 5 or fewer, yeah, we'll meet the condition. We'll meet it just fine. Imperfect, but it worked. Yeah, that was maybe a bad enemy set to draw with the kill 5 or fewer condition, but... I mean, perhaps going for the pod first before dealing with the Scion was the right idea, but I also didn't want to deal with spiders, so... Anyway, nanobots deal damage when deal a killing blow. We're pretty good on passives at this point, I think. Especially because my control mech doesn't deal killing blows. I don't think that's a natural substitute for anything, because we need to push. We need nanofilter because that's the core of this entire team. And the stabilizers are just too good. So storage vaults will be next. Let's plug in some power though and get that movement point back on this guy. Oops. Yeah, we accidentally this, and eventually we'll perhaps power up that damage as well. Okay, defend the satellite launches, we'll do it. These satellites were the centerpiece of our Race to Space exhibit, but they'll prove more useful providing telemetry for our defenses. Okay, once again, spiders everywhere. And yeah, we don't want to be positioning this guy with the rockets. What's his movement again? 3. Okay, he's not going to be too much of an issue right away, but we'll get this guy to the top corner, so I've got a full run of the map. And we'll get the control mech down here. So we need to defend the launches one at a time. That's okay. We'll be able to get some instant kills as well as some smoke damage. And it would have been nice to dunk some of these. But I have no room to maneuver right now, unfortunately. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, no, I would not be able to get into this position for the double push. But speaking of a double push, this can kill the Arachnid Scion. And then... in fact, I can smoke both of these at once. And then it would just be a matter of moving this guy. This is going to back into this, though, which is a problem. We need to deal with that. I feel like attacking into this guy and smoking them both would be good. Yeah, because then we can do a push attack for this one, and then move this one. Just line them all up in a row. Because the first attack will be against this. We might have to deal 1 spider. But if I'm understanding this correctly, we can do this. Smoke the other guy. This will be neutralized. This will die to fire, as long as we don't accidentally smoke it. We'll do the push attack over here, and we'll swap this guy into a different position, such that he will do an attack. If I understand this correctly, we should be able to push this into position, then fly down here and block the other spawn, and everything will be alright, because this will kill this, this will kill this. This will die first and spawn a spider, but 1 spider in exchange for 1 spawn block is fine. If I understand this correctly, we should take no building damage. And we'll also have tons of friendly fire contained in numbers. And the spider egg is also going to die to fire, which is great. Or the spider, rather, will die to fire, so we don't even need to deal with it. Next thing we need to do then is to either kill this immediately or deal with spawning. I feel like using him to block spawns is probably better at this stage. Bouncer will just move and it will always block 1 position. And then we can use the siege weapon to hit this guy instead. Because we can kill the bouncer, but I kind of like the fact that we have him under control right now. And, oh no, once again, same mistake as always, which is that I can't move him past myself. We keep doing that every single time. You know what? We can just do a push attack, and that will kill it. And we'll just not deal with either of those. Okay, we need to not get cornered and trapped, so the swapper should go over here. And we should be fine. Let's end turn. And Zola King, this looks fun. Yeah, it very much is. This is new content that has recently been patched into the game. 4 years since its release. They significantly expanded the number of factions in this game. And so it's like learning it all over again, because each of the different squad configurations, each of the different teams of 3 plays by extremely different principles, so it's a very fresh playthrough every time. Okay, so this guy's going to hit this if we're not careful, so we need to move him. One thing we could potentially do is try to dunk him, except that would require me to move this out of position first. However, if we use this, move him down here, then we can push in either direction and we can kill both, I'm pretty sure. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to move this guy down here. I'm going to do the push attack in either direction. He's going to get dunked. And then we need this weapon to finish him off. And then we have to deal with 3 spawns on the next turn, but that's okay. We're well under control. Okay, once again, having the ability to push things in the water is going to be extremely helpful all over this map. We need to contain both of these. What's the attack priority here? This guy goes before this guy. And he will deal 3 damage. Okay. Well, this is the last turn, so it's just a matter of repositioning them. It's always nice to outright get a kill, of course, but yeah, this can kill any one of them because he does 4 outgoing damage plus fire. And this guy, how much does he do nowadays? He, whoops, does up to 4, and he will also smoke him, so we can dunk him into fire afterwards, perhaps. Or just push him in. Can we deal with all 3, though? I would like to deal with all 3. And yeah, unfortunately we can't dunk these guys into water. This could do friendly fire, but not enough. And the smoke negates fire, unfortunately, which is a bit of a problem with what I'm trying to do. We can definitely kill 2, though, because we can always dunk 1 into the water. Alpha, these are all alphas, so I think the XP gain will not make a difference, especially because my commanders are capped. We will... yeah, probably just fire upon this one and kill another one, and we'll call it a day. Yeah, this we can always just move into this position here, and then we can set it on fire and then dunk it. If I understand this correctly, we'll push it. This guy will hit nothing, and we're in good shape. Because this will die to fire. Yeah, okay. Doing alright. This is also going much faster. Oh, also, I totally never took advantage of using the satellite launches to do surrounding damage, and I'm glad I didn't position myself such that that would have killed me, because that would have been a very easy mistake to make that I didn't even consider. So, next time we play a satellite map, we need to keep that in mind. That could have been a very easy self-inflicted problem. Okay, do we want to defend a train, or do we want to defend the tanks? Let's see. I feel like the train might be more fun because it has some water on the map. But we want whatever has nice open positions so I can fly around everywhere. Let's do train. We've already done 1 train in this run, but not in World 4 we didn't, so we'll take it. And yeah, if I can do some push attacks, that's ideal. And this guy is going to try to spin against me. We'll need to deal with him. But not yet, so we'll position everything accordingly, give him some space to run around. Probably control mech over here. And let's confirm. Once again, dealing with the spiders is extremely important. Okay, positionally, this is kind of awful. We would need to do something with attack priority here. Actually, positionally, this is terrible. Neutralize 2 and move 1, I think. And have this guy kill the Arachnid Scion. Yeah, so this will need to do friendly damage against the spider, so we can get him out of the train, and also just get him out of the way in general. Then we can do an extended attack against one of these that would smoke him, and then we kill the other one. And I think that works. Yeah, it has to be from this position, unfortunately, because I do need to get out of the way of the train. However, this takes care of the Arachnid. We will probably need to deal with 1 spider. And that's okay. Whoops. I think I would rather deal with the spiders. But we can also push him out of position, and the push attack might be sufficient. This guy will need to die. We'll just need to accept that there will be one spider. And yeah, and then I'd rather block one spawn before dealing with spiders, so I'll do that, and I'll put some smoke on myself. We'll get into this position. Yeah, this is going to lock me in a little bit, but then I can get around a train on the next turn, so we'll deal with this, and then we will have one additional spawn that we can't do anything about. And this will die first, spawns one spider, this will kill this, and then we'll deal with the spawner. Okay, looking alright. Okay, now this can be pushed instantly and can also do some friendly damage. 3 damage. We can also move him into a blocking position, which might be even better. This will need to die, for sure. We might as well take care of that right now, because he will absolutely need to go. We can get 2 kills, probably, this turn, I think. Okay, we'll smoke that. We can move this guy. And then kill this one. Since this one's not attacking anyhow. Yeah, we'll move him into this location. This one can just be pushed in my present position, which will also kill the spider, which is great. Great. And this will die, we have no spawns, we're in great shape. Fantastic shape, in fact. Okay, one more turn. This will just straight up die. So, no issues with that, we'll just nuke him. Ideally, I could do something to dunk him into fire or something, but you know, if I can do a few points first and then kill him with fire next turn. Yeah, 2 points of damage perhaps, and then we'll move him. We'll just move him over by 1. And I don't know if... Well, I will hopefully get some experience off of it. I just need 2 points. And this guy can just dance around and do his thing. But we want to take some environmental damage here to distribute some XP. Let's end. And that's 1 point of experience. So, getting closer to the upgrade. Only slightly closer. We will need to get that off of the Blobber Leader. Now this one worries me a little bit, again because our pushing tech is very limited. But we'll deal with it. Once again, Spider Scion will need to be dealt with pretty quickly. And we'll see what we can do to hit the crab. I, once again, probably want more of a corner position on this for maximum flexibility. So we can hit everything we can. And then we'll reposition as necessary. Okay, Blobber is going to go fourth. It can take 2 points. We can definitely do that. This guy has 2 range on his attack. We need to make sure we move him back by 2 spots if I do move him. In fact, that's probably the best idea, given that he will be able to hit this accordingly. And we can probably just attack the Blobber leader directly, although at the expense of... no, we can do it. We'll get over here. We'll move this guy back here. His first attack will destroy the egg. Or the blob, I guess. And this will die immediately. And then I want this guy to also die. In fact, yeah, no, this needs to die first. And we can do it in any position we like, really. Given that I have both weapons available to me. And I think we're fine. This is actually going to take everything out really quickly. Because this will block, we'll just have 1 spawn. And the Blobber will be out of under control pretty much immediately, which is what I was going for. Okay, we'll need to do some additional blocking, but the main source of difficulty in this level has been dealt with. So, both of these can die immediately, I'm sure. In fact, oops. Yeah, you can just do 4 damage like that. And I can do 4 damage like that and just move him to block both spawns while taking a little bit of fire damage myself, which is not a big deal. Because we're just trading 1 hit point, basically, in exchange for having a clear turn. We can always repair out of it. We'll basically have a free turn ahead of me. And we can heal up in some smoke even. And let something spawn in the fire. We can even smoke the place a little bit, just to be absolutely sure. Add a little bit of fire, because why not? That's going to heal. This is going to heal. We'll have 2 units spawn directly on fire, and we are in good shape. Well, this is going well. Much faster than some of my recent runs, in fact. Mostly because the decisions have been pretty smooth and the damage output has been tremendous. We'll just be able to kill both in this round here. And yeah, this will just die. We'll just go. Control mech really is something quite amazing. And there we are. We have the final promotion. And that's also going to get adrenaline, which is not going to be useful on that commander. But perhaps we can do some swapping around. Mech can move through enemy units. That might actually be much better. Given that this guy also has the mech move ability. Well, let's see, because we currently have 9, we possibly have some things to sell off. We can also get some more into grid, but... Well, I'll actually take this guy, because I think currently... Yeah. I don't know who we'll keep, whether we'll keep Kai Miller as before, or... Let's see. We've just got movement points to spare everywhere, though. So it really doesn't particularly matter, except for determining perhaps who I take with me into the next one. So I think I'll actually take that one. Yeah, this is not looking useful, this one here. +2 movement, not at full health. Yeah, this is... The synergy between the pilots and the mechs has not really been great. So we might take one of the other ones. But, I mean, we only have the final map to deal with, really, so it's just a matter of, who I want to keep. Do we want to sacrifice that one reset? We can. Just add a little bit of risk. One move for Vec killed in a battle. I think we'll just keep things as is. If so, I'm probably just going to keep on taking Kai Miller through, as I've been doing. On the other hand, through enemy units +1 mech move. Who would that be useful for, actually? It would be most useful for the Smog mech. Yeah, it's not really that useful for the other ones since they are pilots already anyway, so no, we'll just not take this commander. We have him. We'll just take more grid defense for some reason. Unless we can sell something off for a point, since we had the prime weapon earlier. Yeah, no, we'll take him, and then we'll likely sell him off. Prime class weapon, yeah, we're selling it. What's this passive? Nanobots, selling it. Freeze yourself and nearby tiles. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep the current weapon loadout, though. I don't think there's much of a reason to change things up at this point. I mean, push weapons are always good. In fact, having the single push instead of the double push might be, in some ways, more helpful in terms of flexibility, but I think we'll just keep things as is. And do we even have a use for 4 reactors? Yes, because we can put 3 on this guy and 1 on one of the other ones. Or we can do more smoke, which would keep me healed up and would disable a lot of enemies. That would be in the spirit of playing as this faction. Yeah, more smoke, and then we just pump the stats, perhaps. Let's do that. That might be fun. So we'll sell. And we'll just load up. And then... Yeah, we already have plenty of damage at this point, even though maybe reverse thrusters will be on a map that's a little cluttered for that. And yeah, let's just max out. Not that we really need the health or anything. And we're doing okay. So at this point we should actually screenshot my setup, since that's what we very often do. And yeah, at the end of this, we will likely just keep Ty Miller once again. Although this movement-heavy Lily Reed might be good, given that you have everything just pumping movement on this commander. And so that might be interesting to change up to, in fact, even though it's not going to be as much of a power spike as the boost to damage that we have here with the skilled skill, which is a little crazy. And we'll not be keeping Isaac Jones, I think, although he's temporarily useful. But yeah, look at that. You're going to have so many movement points to work with. Might be interesting. Alright, let's go to the final mission. And we are massively overpowered, so we'll just drop everything here. And see how the positioning is going to go when all of the arrays drop into the grid. Deploying remote power pylons and environmental damage, which we'll be able to deal with. Okay, the guy down here can be killed with a simple push. This will just take direct damage, and this one we can just reposition. So this will be simple. Oh, whoops. Punch him like this. And we can smoke everything with this guy. And then we can block with this piece while moving this one down here. So we can just move him, block all three, smoke everything, set everything on fire, and we're good. Yeah, no real big changes to the playstyle in this run. We managed to collect all three of the squad achievements without too much difficulty. They just kind of happened naturally, just as a result of playing a 4-island run. Dunking this guy into fire will be fine, except positionally maybe that's not best. I think I'd rather just come over here and smoke him out. And yeah, we'll just remain in position here and I should be fine, as long as I don't get trapped. Nothing to do. Let's just... maybe I'll move this guy here in case we have a spawner here that can be pushed accordingly. I just don't want to get surrounded, though, which is a bit of a problem sometimes. We'll move this guy here. Minor optimization, but you never know. It'll give me an escape route if I just move my small mech out of the way. And yeah, the no damage on block is just too good. Unbelievably good, in fact. Okay, this will be a really simple water push. This... anything can just be moved into position to get an instant kill. And this will just die to a projectile. And yeah, we'll just get over here. Smoke everywhere. And this is not taking environmental damage, right? No, it's not. So good. Let's move him out of the way. Move him way out of the way. And he'll just die. Easy. Need to eventually deal with a rock, perhaps, but that's okay. It's not even an explosive one. Okay, that's looking fine. I do need to get out of the environmental damage, but that's really all I need to do in this run. He's just gonna die with no further complication. And I can just fly everything out of the way. That's gonna be quick. Alright, there we go. Sending down power pylons. As usual. Anyway, we have the boss creature to deal with here, but we can probably just push him out of position. The bomb is my favorite part. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, we'll have a lot of damage to come around, and we'll need to smoke at least some of it, I think. Given that we only have so many pieces on the board that we can deal with at a given time. However, this does 4 damage, which is good because it means that you can put it in this position and it will kill this guy, and so you deal with these 2 at once. Then you just need 1 mecha piece to deal with the other 2. This can just be smoked. This can just be shot. In fact, yeah, no, you don't want to mess with push damage, I think. If you did want to mess with push damage, this would not kill it. So we will need to smoke this guy, launch a siege weapon on this guy, and move these 2 into this position such that this gets to kill. And yes, this will take priority. In fact, if I can somehow do 2 moves, that would be great. I don't think I can, though. So, in lieu of that, we will come down here, block this, hit this, and Smog will do the trick here. 2 damage. No, we can actually just push this guy, and he'll die instantly with the push weapon. So he's going to be dead. And I do want the friendly fire in this one. I don't want to kill this guy instantly just yet. Although that would have been fun. We will therefore move him over here. And that's going to get the kill. And we're good. And everything's going to work out just fine. Okay, now Scion is, as always, going to be a major irritation. We'll just need to deal with that, and we'll use the positioning tool to take care of the rest. In fact, I can probably just... Let's see here. This will take 2 damage. This can just be pushed into this position, either way. But I would want to attack both of these. Which tells me... And actually, this would take out both. if we really wanted to deal with it that way. Yeah, the push weapon still only does 2 damage, I believe, because we didn't upgrade it. That's fine. Doesn't mean that we'll need to hit this. And that's simple enough. We'll hit this guy. I kind of want to get rid of this one now. I think he's going to be too much of a problem otherwise. And we'll just deal with that separately. Move him here. We can even move him... No, we'll move him here because then we can do 1 point of push damage with him. And we'll need to deal with an additional egg next turn, but not a big deal. We don't have much blocking going on, which is a bit of a concern with this turn. We'll have a lot of spawns coming up, but... no, just 2 spawns, because this one will be invalid. So we're fine, I'm pretty sure. It looks more threatening than it is, and we have lots of lava positioning everywhere now for some pushed utility to come in. Yeah, the lack of push is definitely the weakness with this squad, but it's easily dealt with. Once again, we'll need to deal with this. It won't be with any repositioning, it'll need to be with direct damage. However, we can always move this guy, or this guy over here. In fact, 6 and 7, yeah, moving him over here is going to kill this immediately. So it looks like that will be the way to do it. And it's going to be victory in 2 anyway, so... From that point on, we can think about some potential instant kills. Let's see, I feel like we can do better. We can do much better. Yeah, we'll need to reposition this one for sure, though. Not that it's going to do that much damage against a bomb anyway, but... This will be out of the way. This will hit nothing, which is fine. The question is, what does this guy hit? Because I don't have a good position for him, although, no, I can step and fire. He's immune. And, yeah, then we can just dust this one. And that'll cancel the attack, which is great. So we can dunk this immediately. That'll leave 2 of these alive. That's okay, we'll take it. Might not be ideal, but we will have to deal with 2 spawns plus these 2, and nothing else. I noticed that my network has actually been acting very choppy all of a sudden. But we'll hopefully be finishing this up in pretty short order, so I'm hoping it will not be too much of an issue. It is acting up like crazy, though. But we'll keep an eye on that in case we're losing a lot of good footage. That's okay. That's the nice thing about turn-based games. You don't need to worry about lag spikes so much, so long as the action remains comprehensible. Oh wow, this is actually a pretty serious series of frame drops in my network, though. We might need to fix it. Anyway, I'll keep my eye on it. It looks like it was just a sudden spike. Okay, so what do we have here? We're going to ignore this guy. We need to deal with this one and this one. And yeah, we have a couple of things here. Grid damage doesn't actually matter on the final part, at least. So yeah, because we can soak up plenty of it without actually losing population, so far as I understand. We can push these two out of the way with a single attack, and this one will not take priority on this, unfortunately. But if we deal with those two, then we can just move this into position, and then this one can be nuked with damage. So I think that's going to be the way we do it. We're going to snap these two out of the way. This one will not die to friendly fire just yet, but we can potentially move this and just hit this. And then yeah, we'll just move this one out as well. And doesn't matter where we move it, it will just die. And I believe that is all we need to do, so that's the Victoria's turn. He will go. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't see anything else to do. Now, hopefully the stream is actually going to survive the final scenes here, because I noticed that the network is still practically dying. And how did I lose that? Oh no, I didn't lose that mech. I wasn't paying attention. This is just a time travel thing at the very end, because we did in fact manage to do a run with no objectives lost. That's okay. We've seen this cutscene many times already. If we lose some footage to all the lag at the very end, not the worst thing in the world, although it looks like I am losing like a quarter of the frames here. Anyway, victory! And it's going to be a pretty high score, given that we only took 2 points of grid damage over the entire run. It's not perfect, but hopefully it will do. And we'll skip the credits. I think they did patch this recently, so the localization credit error that we encountered before should be fixed, but I don't particularly care, so. Anyway, pilots in the next timeline. So I was thinking of one of these two. This has tons of movement. Almost too many movement skills at once. It might be fun. I've been finding that Kai Miller, who we've kept for the past few, just starts out so well, though, because the boost for the extra point of damage, combined with having skilled for both movement and health right away, is just such an incredible starting position to work with. It's definitely made a massive difference in this run that we just saw in terms of having the damage output to just have a very easy start. So I think we'll actually take Kai Miller one more time, at least for now. We'll switch things up when we eventually get some new commanders that are unfamiliar, new pilots rather. But anyway, that's a full island run. 0 objectives lost, 2 points of damage taken. This should be very high up on the scoreboard, so. That's it for Mist Eaters. Let's take a look at the achievements. We got all 3 achievements for the faction. Let's take a look at the stats. And yeah, this is actually my high score on normal so far. Not perfect. It is 20k for perfect on normal, 30k on hard because of the bonus, and 40k on unfair, which is the new difficulty that was just added in the Advanced Edition patch. And no failed objectives, and also just a much better completion time than some of the previous streams that we had, despite all the talking we had along the way. So I think that really speaks to just how smoothly this went, and I'm quite happy with it. Anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. I will likely not be dropping anybody off at a raid, since we didn't have too much of a live turnout at all over the course of this one, but thank you for the GGs, regardless, Zola King, who came in for the last world. And we'll be back with Mario Maker soon enough. The plan is to run it at the usual time tomorrow. For now, though, we are at 3 out of 5 of the new factions, and we'll do the remaining 2 hopefully sometime next week, depending on how much of my attention I'm splitting off to Xenoblade and other such delights, which I haven't started yet, but we'll see how we fit that in. That's all for now, though. So, once again, thanks for watching, thanks for bearing with some of the network problems we encountered in the closing minutes of the stream. We'll look over the footage, and hopefully it's not too dire, although it could have been. And until we continue with Mario Maker tomorrow, as always, enjoy your weekend, enjoy whatever it is you're playing, and fare thee well.